Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Hi, everyone. If anyone is still outside, can I please ask all participants to start coming in the room? We're about to start. How is everyone this morning? Is anyone else sleepy? Because I am. My love, my Chen, my partner in MC. Yeah. May I make a reminder that we do have these stickers. If you don't consent to being videoed or be a part of our live stream, please do get the sticker outside and put it on your shirt.
Hi everyone, good morning and welcome again to our SEED Summit. Today is the last day of our SEED Summit. Today is October 26th and we hope that everyone is ready enough to attend the remaining of the activities for today.
I
guess
vibe.
not everyone is present right now because there are vacant tables and seats. So probably they're downstairs having their breakfast.
Probably.
I hope so. I hope so they're not in the bed, but in the breakfast.
I hope so too.
So we hope that everyone is ready enough and prepared. You may do your breakfast, your coffee, anything while attending to the session. And find your comfort, the tables, the chairs, your seatmates, and everything.
Yes. And a slight request. I made this request yesterday, but if you guys can come up front so we can be a little closer when we do these sessions, please do come forward. People in the back, let's go. Please.
I think it's normal to majority of Southeast Asian citizens that
There's
a curse. There's a curse in the first row of the table.
They're moving. Come on, let's go. Yay! Yay! Everyone clap for the people who are moving up front. Yay! So exciting! We're finally filling up the tables up front.
That means courage, you know.
That takes lots of courage. Okay, just a reminder, a little introduction to Asian Youth Forum. Asian Youth Forum is a movement that represents and fights for the young people in ASEAN to voice out their concerns and strategies for ways to achieve a better ASEAN. AYF has been a platform of the youth in the ASEAN to raise their voice and claim for their rights for a sustainable, inclusive, people-centered, and youth-driven regional community. The network aims to institutionalize and establish its national chapters to focus the engagement on important and timely local issue affecting the youth and consolidate policy proposal and agenda to put forward to the relevant ASEAN offices. Clap your hands for AYF for being so cool.
Yeah, and as early as now, we want to express our sincerest gratitude to AYF for allowing us to host, to do the emceeing of the events. Thank you so much.
Okay, a reminder, all the participants will have dialogue, collaboration, and innovative solutions to address critical issues related to the welfare and well-being of the youth population in the ASEAN member states. So all our town halls, all our discussions, we do want you to participate and contribute your ideas, your concerns, your stories. We would love to hear all of them. We would love to discuss them. Yeah, this is a safe space, everyone. So feel free to share. We're here to listen.
And more so, this summit seeks to create a platform where people can voice their concerns, share experiences, and propose actionable solutions for a brighter future for the whole Southeast Asian region. And we hope that you do that because there is no backing out. We have a safe space here and everyone can voice their concerns, whatever concern that is, as long as you are ready enough or willing enough to share something about a matter or a concern. Next is the ASEAN region is home to a significant and growing youth population. And this is crucial for the sustainable development of the region. And you, the youth in ASEAN countries, face diverse challenges such as limited access to quality education, labor protection, mental health issues, and social inequalities. Therefore, we gathered all around here since yesterday until today because we are going to discuss, brainstorm something, share something about the aspects of welfare, which revolve around education, health, decent labor, environment, and social protection.
And today's two town hall topics are sexual and reproductive health and democracy. So I hope you guys are excited for that because I am. Okay.
They told us to introduce ourselves. Well, you know us, right, since yesterday.
Right.
But in the interest of introducing ourselves again, again, my name is Chan. I am one of the MCs and I am from the Philippines.
And I'm Astri. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm one of the MCs. Yeah. Clap your hands for us. Well, thank you.
So, just to clarify, in the morning session, we'll have the sexual and reproductive health discussion. And in the afternoon is our town hall number 4, which is focused on democracy. Or number 5, rather. Sorry, it's number 5, right? Yesterday, there were 3 yesterday. And today, there are going to be last two town hall sessions. So, be ready enough to listen to our invited speakers later on. And if you have something to ask, something to comment on, something to share, please approach us so you could have the microphone to speak and voice out anything that you want about the topic later on.
Okay, so now since we're about to start the town hall number 4, we're going to invite over the moderator, which is
Chontita
Karsikul or Naib from Thailand. Clap your hands for Naib.
We're sorry if we mispronounced your name.
Really? No, it's not a weird name. All names are perfect, you guys. All names are perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, MC. My name is Niap. I'm from Tamtang Group. I work as a abortion rights activist in Thailand. And today I'm going to be your MC. So I hope everybody is fresh to start with me today after yesterday's sleep, right? Okay, so to confirm that you all are ready to start fresh with me, I would need your little help. So I'm gonna say sexual and reproductive rights, and you say is human rights. Sexual and reproductive rights. Louder, please. Sexual and reproductive rights. Perfect. Thank you for playing with me. So today we are talking about the sexual and reproductive justice, which is a feminist framework that combines the sexual and reproductive rights and social justice, for example, poverty, to confirm that everybody has the power and resources to make healthy decisions about their bodies, sexualities, and reproductions. For example, everybody should have their own ability to choose to have or not to have children by accessing the abortion care and contraceptives. They should choose the condition under which to give birth or to create a family. They should be able to care for their children with necessary social support in a safe and healthy environment. And they should be able to control their own body and self-expression and free from any sexual or reproductive oppression. It sounds very important, right? But nowadays, we are facing the uneven geographical development, austerity, and public services privatization. These are significant barriers to the fulfillment of human rights. This typical policy has excluded young people from lower economic backgrounds and precarious workers from accessing high-quality healthcare services, services that should have belonged to everybody. The healthcare services will only be available in big cities or urban areas to provide service for those who can only afford them. Meanwhile, those who live in developed area are struggle to access health services. For marginalized community, such as transgender, they face countless barriers in accessing healthcare. This structural problem is a root cause of maternal mortality in remote area. And the same logic applies to the uneven development of other aspects as well. For example, clean water and sanitation that brings young girls into the vulnerable situation. And in order for the ASEAN community and for the youth in ASEAN community to stay healthy together, we need to come up with a progressive policies to develop both sexual and reproductive rights and the social justice together. And today I have my three wonderful panelists to talk about this together with me. Can you please clap your hands for my panelists, please? So the first panelist I would like to invite to the panel is Claudia Emma. Ms. Emma is a 20-year-old Malaysian activist who advocates for reproductive health and period poverty. At the age of 18, she founded a nonprofit organization, PAD Project Malaysia, whose mission is to eliminate period poverty and the stigma around menstruation through education, awareness, as well as donation campaigns. Emma and her PAD project team organized donation campaigns to provide basic goods, including period product to low-income group and the underserved in the state of Sarawak. She also delivered educational talks and program on the period poverty and menstrual health to college and university students in Malaysia. Emma believes that everyone should be involved in the conversation about menstruation to break the stigma and fight for menstrual equity. Thank you. Please, Emma. Another young and pretty youth I would like to invite today is Kansavina. Kansavina is a feminist and transgender rights activist from Bengkulu, Sumatra. She has been doing advocacy for transgender community since 2012. Currently, Vina is a coordinator of a transgender community called Sangha Sawara, which focuses on empowering and advocating rights of the transgender community in Indonesia. Besides that, Vina is pursuing her undergraduate at Jentera Indonesia School of Law. And the last panelist is Ms. Weni Kusumaningram. Ms. Weni is currently serving as a school-age and adolescent task force directorate of nutrition, maternal and child health, Ministry of Health. She's been actively involved in trainings and numerous activities in fostering for a better quality of school-age children and adolescents in the Ministry of Health and in cooperation with another ministry as well. Please clap your hand for Ms. Weni. So before we start, I would like to inform that we are gonna talk in 2 rounds. The first round, we are trying to dig deep in the situation of each sexual and reproductive rights aspect. And the next round, we are gonna find a solution together. And then we are open for Q&A. So in each question, you three will have around 5 to 7 minutes to answer each. And please speak slow and clear as possible because we will have a translation for the live. So I would like to start today's conversation with Emma. So Emma, what is the reproductive justice situation in the young people's livelihood? Maybe you can give the picture in Malaysia and compare it to some ASEAN country as well.
Testing. All right, thank you so much. So there are two main points that I would like to highlight for this question, which is my area of advocacy, which is period poverty, and also the rise in SRHR-related issues faced by youth and young people. So the first one is that from my own observation in my hometown or in the state of Sarawak, I realized that adolescents are engaging in sexual activities without educate knowledge and also resources to protect themselves from sexually transmitted infections, teenage pregnancy, and also unwanted pregnancy and also unsafe abortions. For example, in my home state, Sarawak, it is recorded that Sarawak has the highest number of teenage pregnancies as of September 2023. With 1,599 cases in Malaysia. And there has also been an increase in the number of STI cases in Malaysia as well. And I believe that the factors contributing to these issues are limited access to birth control, no exposure to and insufficient sex education, as well as economic accessibility. And my next point is period poverty. So people often think that period poverty is only about a lack of access to period products such as pad and tampons, but it includes 6 important aspects of period poverty, which include not having access to hygiene facilities such as safe and clean toilets, clean water, waste management, sex education, and of course, the right to manage period without shame and stigma. So what is the situation like in Malaysia and also my home state Sarawak? So for example, according to a study conducted by Cotex Malaysia, which is the period poverty and period stigma study in 2022, last year, 5% of the respondents of the study reported that they could not afford period products. And they turned to items such as batik, old clothes, and newspaper in place of period products. And the girls also skip on average of 1 to 3 days of school a month when they're menstruating. And other than that, in Peninsular Malaysia and also in rural areas in Sarawak and Sabah, the Orang Asli, which is an indigenous community in Peninsular Malaysia, and also people living in rural areas, they encounter not only a lack of access to period products, but they also have a lack of access to sexual and reproductive health education, clean water especially, and also waste management. And for example, they would have to travel to town in order for them to get period products, which is hard for them because they live in like Orang Asli and rural settlements, right? Which are usually located deep in the forest. And they also turn to random items such as coconut husks, newspapers, and also banana leaves, which obviously can expose them to various diseases. And meanwhile, in Borneo, in Pulau Mabul, the people have no knowledge on menstruation at all, and there are also no toilets in Pulau Mabul. So these are a few examples of the situations in Malaysia. And meanwhile, in other Southeast Asian countries, they also face the girls and the women and also people who menstruate face similar situations as they face in Malaysia, where also period poverty also occurs in developed countries like Singapore. And also, not to mention that the communities that are disproportionately affected by period poverty and also SRHR related issues are people from the Black, Indigenous, and people of color community, because they have significantly higher rates of poverty. And also the LGBT community, because, for example, trans people are more likely to live in poverty. And also people from low-income groups, the homeless, the inmates, and people with disabilities. So the question is, how does period poverty affect one's life, like all aspects of a person's life? So the first one, which is a very important point, is education and work performance. Around the world, millions of girls miss school due to lack of access to period products, insufficient sanitation, period pain, and social stigma or shame. For example, a person might end up missing classes due to not having sufficient period products for a long time. And this can lead to other issues such as dropout, and it can also be intertwined with serious issues such as child marriage and also teenage pregnancy. And from here, we can see that girls are getting the same benefits of physical education and also physical activity that boys are. And lastly, obviously period poverty also impacts health. For example, the prolonged use of period products and also improvised period products can lead to various infections, and this issue can also lead to depression due to shame, due to loneliness and social ostracization. All right, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I would like to share a bit, like, to compare the picture. Like in Thailand, the period is still considered as a bad blood. I think it's the same situation here, right? And in the beginning of the session, we have everybody say that the sexual and reproductive rights is human rights, right? But as Claudia states, we are still facing the inaccessibility of the very crucial healthcare. So I would like to continue with Claudia. What is the giant barrier for young people in accessing the sexual and reproductive health services in Malaysia?
All right, thank you. So just now you mentioned the, people are still not open with the conversation, right, in Thailand. I feel like it is obviously the same as other countries across the world. So one of the giant barriers is that, of course, the stigma and taboo surrounding period and also sex. Because people are frequently excluded from social, domestic, and educational activities as a result of this taboo. For example, I believe that most of us here experience this in our Asian household, where our parents, avoid or hide these conversations away from us, and we tend to use like euphemisms or code words when discussing periods or sex, and also the idea that men are not allowed to talk about periods it reinforces the stigma. And my next point is, of course, the lack of sex education in informal and formal institution. So the stigma surrounding sex and period leads to a lack of education on this topic. So, for example, the Malaysian education system only focuses on the reproductive systems And it is obviously not a comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education because it does not cover consent education, sexual and romantic relationships, LGBT, STI prevention, menstrual health, sexual assault or sexual abuse, contraception, pregnancy, and etc. And of course, this results in cases of sexual assault, rape culture, unwanted pregnancy, depression, STI, baby dumping, and other serious issues. And the other barrier is, of course, economic accessibility, where people are not able to afford menstrual or sexual and reproductive health care due to poverty, being homeless, having low income, and in Malaysia, people from the refugee community do not have like official documents and medical documents and assistance from the government. And the other point is obviously the lack of infrastructures and facilities, for example, clean water. So in underdeveloped and rural areas, people get water from river and rainwater. So it is obviously not suitable for drinking, showering, and also washing. And obviously it is not clean because it can lead to various diseases. And the other issue that's quite serious and prevalent in Malaysia is water shortage. For example, in state like Selangor, that frequently faces this issue where there's a water shortage occur like every 3 months. And also there is no privacy if school toilets, for example, are broken. And lastly, another barrier is that physical accessibility. For example, people with not only physical disabilities, but also people with with learning disabilities are reported to have lower employment, and they also face discrimination, and they're prone to poverty. And for example, they receive limited assistance. For example, people with learning disabilities, they need to be told if they need to learn how to tell if they're having like period cramps, and also using period products is also a challenge for them. And also there is also a lack of infrastructure in public toilets. Yeah.
Thank you, Claudia. So Claudia is telling us that the two giant barriers of youth in Malaysia accessing the sexual and reproductive rights is to see that like talking about sex and giving sex education is like a shameful topic. And also there's another very big aspect that it is because of the poverty that makes the sexual and reproductive health that inaccessible. So from listening to Claudia, I think we really need the collective power, the holistic policies to fix not only the sexual reproductive rights, but the social justice in other aspects as well. But before we go to that point, I would like to thank you, Claudia, and move on to Kansa. Kansa, as a transgender activist, what is the situation in accessing the sexual and reproductive health services, and what are the significant barriers that transgender community is facing?
Okay, thank you. But I will present with bahasa, maybe mix in English also. But I will try in English. And then if we talking about the situation transgender in Indonesia, regarding to access sexual reproductive health. In Indonesia, we don't have the guideline or regulation or something also the clinic to provide trans health friendly or trans health comprehensive. We know health Indonesia. I think in Indonesia we still biased because the perspective from our government also from the from the information. I mean like we know only male or female. We don't have the information or something like the guideline for the how to treat if any trans if they want to access sexual and reproductive health. Especially if you are transgender woman, if you coming to clinic to access your sexual reproductive health, the doctor and the health worker still treat you as a male. Yeah, but the problem, so many cases, the community didn't want to come to clinic or the hospitality because also we have we also have stigma and discrimination if we are need to access the healthcare. And then compared to Thailand, we have in Thailand maybe we know there have the private clinic especially for the trans people. If you want to check your hormone therapy or if you want to check your gender assignment surgery, we have clinic. Thailand have a clinic if the community want to access. But in Malaysia, I think also in Indonesia, I don't know in Laos or Myanmar, I think the situation is same because like do you know Indonesia is the most big Muslim population, and then our law, our regulation influenced by the religion, and then if we're talking about the law, the obstacles still face to morality and science. Even right now we can speak about the trans health because we don't have the guideline. Maybe we have the doctor or specialists, they can help you, but we don't have the law, the regulation to give doctor mandatory to help the trans people here. And then we don't have clinic to access hormone therapy, but if we see in our history, Indonesia have the first case is sex assignment surgery is 1974. The first case, I think the name case is Pipian Rubianti. She is the first trans woman get the gender assignment surgery, and then after her case, what we call it, Persatuan Dokter Indonesia. Yeah, Medical Doctor Indonesia, they are agree to have 5 hospital to can help if any trans people want to access gender assignment surgery. But now in the new healthcare, in the new health law in Indonesia, we have the one article, so potential criminalize trans people here, because we don't, in the article they said, if you want to change your sex, cannot if you want change for the changes your identity. Means like if you're transgender, if you are male to female or male to female, if you want to change your sex, become also change your identity, we cannot hear. But I think the Thailand even also, they have the good service, they have uh, private clinic for the transgender. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the law, they still cannot choose their identity by the law. But yeah, in ASEAN, I think so many cases, but Indonesia so very unique. We good in the regulation before, but now we know we have the new law, new health laws to potential criminalize transgender in here. I, in Thailand, they good for the service health, but in the law, they didn't have to regulation to change their to accommodate trans people if they want to change their identity in the ID card or something like that. I think like yeah, so many issues if we want to talking about the healthcare or access sexual and reproductive health from perspective trans community, not only trans community, but also from the lesbian, gay, and bisexual. In Indonesia, if you want to check pap smear, if you don't have the merit and get permission from your partner, you cannot access. Also, for the abortion, we they still need your permission, even from your parents or your partner. I think that's what.
Thank you, Kansa. I would like to give just a bit of the information because I'm from Thailand and Kansa, you mentioned Thailand a lot. I feel like it's kind of similar in the terms that Thailand do not recognize the identity of trans people in the law. But we have the clinic because of the privatization, which is on the other hand, it's good because you can access the service. But on the other hand, if you are not rich enough, you cannot access to that service. I think it's because we don't see like being trans or any social any like sexual reproductive rights as a right or as a health care. We maybe see it as like an extra something that you have to have the money to pay for it. And I think it happens and the same with abortion service in Thailand as well. Like you have to have money to access to the service.
If you have money, you have the access.
Right. Which is unfair. And because we talk about the unfair and we talk about the unfair. I would like to continue with Kansa. So Kansa, could you share your opinion about the social injustice and its relation to access to sexual and reproductive health for trans women?
Yeah. If we talking about injustice and then how to impact the access to not only sexual and reproductive health, but from the many access, especially for the in our constitution we have the same right in all the citizens. But if you are coming from the poor community, indigenous people, LGBT community, or something other vulnerable group, you have the more challenge because, oh wow, can I make too bad? Ya, karena ketika kalau kita bilang soal ketidakadilan dan bagaimana relasinya dengan akses terutama dalam penikmatan akses hak asasi manusia, tidak hanya hak kesehatan seksual dan reproduksi, tapi hak-hak lainnya ini saling berkaitan. Karena situasi teman-teman yang dipengaruhi oleh ketidakadilan itu tadi membuat satu komunitas untuk enggan datang karena perlakuan-perlakuan yang tidak adil itu tadi. Yang kedua, layanannya memang kemudian berasa dibatasi, baik secara regulasi gitu ya, secara peraturan, ataupun karena memang tindakan-tindakan atau perlakuan-perlakuan dari petugas layanan tersebut yang memang belum begitu ramah terhadap teman-teman komunitas. Where is my interpreter? Can you
Right
help me?
here. Hello. Okay. So if we're talking about justice and the privilege to be able to experience the facilities that are provided, it's all interrelated to how trans women and the community, we experience a lot of injustice and also stigma, and which it does make the community feel uncomfortable and reluctant to access these services because first, they are not being treated kindly, they are not being treated equally, and the services, they just aren't in line with the basic human rights that we're supposed to get, especially from these services.
Iya, dan apa namanya? Kalau kita berbicara tentang hari ini gitu ya, mungkin kita akan dibenturkan pada beberapa fakta yang mungkin seperti yang sudah disampaikan sebelumnya. Mungkin bagi sebagian orang dengan banyak privilege gitu ya, baik dia datang dari kelompok transgender itu sendiri gitu ya, mereka punya uang, mereka bisa sedikit lebih gampang untuk mengakses layanan kesehatan di luar misalnya kayak gitu. Tapi bagaimana dengan teman-teman yang memang tidak punya akses itu gitu ya? Bagaimana teman-teman yang memang teman-teman transgender yang berada di daerah-daerah kawasan-kawasan perbatasan gitu ya, teman-teman yang tinggal di daerah yang jauh dari pusat kota gitu ya, terus juga akses layanan yang memang tidak merata, sehingga kalau berbicara tentang akses dan ketidakadilan serta bagaimana dampaknya terhadap teman-teman, itu adalah sesuatu yang menurutku seperti lingkaran setan gitu ya. Perjuangan gerakan teman-teman LGBT hingga saat ini kita berbicara pada level kesetaraan hak. Tapi ketika kita bicara soal kesetaraan hak asasi manusia, levelnya hanya pada hak dasar yang juga merujuk pada hak kesehatan, hak untuk bekerja, hak untuk pendidikan. Seakan-akan persoalan yang dihadapi sama teman-teman komunitas hanya 3 itu saja. Padahal seperti yang kita ketahui, hak satu dengan hak yang lainnya itu saling berkelindan. Jika ada satu hak yang tidak diberikan, maka dia akan mempengaruhi hak yang lainnya. Dia akan membatasi penikmatan hak-hak yang lainnya. Dan situasi seperti ini akan terus-menerus terjadi karena kepentingan politik, kelompok konservatif grup, dan ketidakberanian gerakan hak asasi manusia untuk teriak lebih keras lagi persoalan yang dihadapi oleh kelompok LGBTIQ.
Okay, so if we talk about the current state today, there's also a certain privilege for people in the community that if you have money, you can have access. And all of these translates to how in reality there is so many types of inequalities that the community face, from being able to have access by money, and then also in rural areas, in the borders of the regions, and then also injustice to Fina is very much like a vicious cycle in which when we talk about human rights, but only talk about 3 specific things, which is health, education, and the ability to work, that is not as helpful, because if it's not just that, the community requires more than just those 3. And if we're talking being able to be granted these rights, if one is not being granted, then it affects all the other rights. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Kansa, and thank you for the translation. So I would like to move on to Veni. Veni, as the health expert of the Ministry of Health, what is the state's role in fulfilling the rights to sexual and reproductive health due to the current policy of the austerity and public health service privatization? So because we talk about like having money to access the service.
Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for having me today. I'm Weni. By the way, we just want to inform that early this year, Indonesia already launched our new law about health. It's number 17 in 2023, which came out around August, if I'm not mistaken. It will try to hold some monumental implication about the development, transformations of Indonesia healthcare systems. For the one that want to know about it, please come and visit at least our official Instagram, Ministry of Health of Indonesia. We are trying to make about the upcoming challenges that we have known today, what we discussed for today. We are trying to increase the health capacity, health and resilience, building quality and also productive human resources. Also trying to answer this kind of obstacles that we are facing, not only for some or few, but for all. But all people that we have in Indonesia, for sure. For example, in my section only, we are the one that trying to reach out the school-age children and adolescents that around, if I'm mistaken, 44.5 millions in Indonesia that they are in schools. Even though they are in schools, the current situation is quite not that good enough. They still lack of informations. As we heard also here from in Malaysia, the situation is quite the same. But we are trying to fulfill of this kind of lack by comprehensive, trying to do comprehensive interventions such as making a lot of efforts in this our new law. We are trying to make one of article about health reproductive, specific about it, that we make interventions also not only for educations, but also the healthcare systems. But we need to explore about it later because after the law, we need to make another follow up, what you call this, government law and so on to be implemented more technically. And also, we are emphasizing to give them, all of us, the right to have and access informations, educations, also counseling regarding the reproductive health. This is what one of the issues that emphasized in this article in number 55 in this our new health law in 2023. Of course, it's still on progress of doing it, and we cannot do it alone. We need to do it together, not only in the health sectors, because for young people, we need all of you that we are, I'm very fortunate to meet all of you, the youth that have this spirit, that have these bold voices, that have this energy to be together, and please make a move about this, and hopefully we can meet in the middle and also make Indonesia get better. And all our health efforts, once again, are emphasizing, because as you know, we are Indonesia, fourth populated countries in the world. We need to promote and prevent more than to make corrective actions. So, especially school age and adolescent children, we are defined adolescents under the law of child protection, so under 18. We are trying to engage them not only about specifically reproductive health on their organs, but also a lot of value, like such as self-image, how they are valuable, they are precious, they are loved, they are protected, and then about the concept of friendships, growth and their development. They are the second windows after under 5 children. Adolescents are the second windows opportunity that have a growth spurts that must be support with all their surroundings. And also, we are also trying to emphasize about the information how to prevent violence and access to health services. I think this is what we are trying to do, and hopefully we are in one boat together. We need the youth voices, youth spirits, and also action to mobilize these issues to come forward. I think that's all.
Okay. Thank you for giving the picture of the state's role. And I think we all see that the state is very important in like enhancing children and adolescents to feel support, to grow up healthily, both mentally and sexually, and physically. So I would like to continue with Ms. Weni. So among all those problems we have talked in the session, what fundamental changes that needs to be made to fulfill the rights to the sexual and reproductive health of the population?
Thank you. Especially for the adolescents, for the youth one that we are trying to engage, we need to make a massive, structured, educational information delivered to them. Massive and structured. It means not only by or stop and go informations, but structured, inserted in their education curriculum, instructed and embed in their activities in schools. Because once again, in our perspective, health reproduction is not only their own organ only, their attitude, their values, their friendship, they're trying to prevent violence, bullying, and so on. It's one of health reproductive that we are trying to inform them to before they become adult and the one that in charge of this country. So this is massive information that must be informed to them. And this information not only directed to these young people, but the adult one that surrounded around the young generation must be also well known about this. The teachers must know what they have to deliver. The teachers must know how to deal with these children. Also the parents, how they can discuss freely, discuss nicely without any discriminations, without any, what you call this, taboo things in the family. And they have to see the teachers, the mother, the father as a safe place to discuss and ask. So I think this is, hopefully we can do it together with the help of all of us. And for sure, all of platform, we need to do it together. School, in social media, in a positive way that cannot be reached by young people and also adults that surrounded the adolescents and school-age children. I think that's for me.
Thank you so much, Weni. I like that you answer that not only information that needs to be distributed to children, but also to adults as well, because adults like teachers, adults like parents are playing the important role in supporting youth to grow healthy and to eradicate the stigma in talking about the sexual and reproductive rights, and also to access the service. Okay, so everyone, can you still remember the sexual and reproductive rights? Thank you. It's to confirm that you're still with me with the session. Okay, so I would like to move to another round where we are discussing more about how to fix all this problem we are talking about. At first, Claudia talks about the period situation in Malaysia, the lack of the pads, the lack of the other supporting infrastructures like the clean water, clean toilet, and the stigma around the sex education, the lack of sex education. Then Kansa talks about being transgender and not being able to access the clinic in her own country, and also facing with the stigma, facing with the society that doesn't see the trans like hormones or the surgery as the healthcare, and we moved to Winnie to talk about the children and adolescents' sexual and reproductive rights. So I would like to begin again with Claudia to talk more about the solution. So Claudia, what urgent policies do the government need to take to address the problem of the reproductive injustice seriously and quickly?
Great, thank you. So the first one would, of course, be a comprehensive sex education, where I believe that it should be taught to children as young as kindergarten age and also primary and secondary school with relevant age-appropriate contents and information. For example, in Malaysia, the Malaysian government has initiated the Priority program, which aims to promote SRHR among young people. However, the limitation is that the programs are only delivered to students in boarding schools and also students in community colleges. And I believe that it should be carried out in all schools and universities regardless of gender and socioeconomic backgrounds. And also teachers and educators in kindergartens, in primary secondary schools, and in college and universities should be provided with training which can provide them with proper resources and also effective teaching methods, and also what can they discuss or cannot discuss when discussing a sex education with young people or with their students. And also another recommendation to address the issue of period poverty is that to improve facilities in schools and universities, public spaces, and also rural areas. For example, we need to ensure that all toilets are equipped with clean water and make sure that the toilets are functioning. For example, in 2024, the Malaysian government will be allocating 150 million ringgit to repair public toilets, including school toilets. And I feel like it is a good initiative. And also, I also believe that sanitary bins should be installed in all schools, public spaces like public toilets and hospitals, and also at workplaces. And clean water, the access to clean water should also be improved for people in rural areas by installing a safe water source, because from here we can conclude or observe that a lack of access to clean water and proper sanitation not only results in human health and economic costs, but it can also create gender and societal inequalities, right? And also, my third suggestion is to conduct more research and studies on period poverty, especially, and also other sexual and reproductive health related issues, because in Malaysia, there has been a lack of research or study on period poverty, like what I mentioned earlier, that the only study was done by Cotex Malaysia, which is obviously not sufficient. And I believe that research is a good method to provide a deeper understanding and knowledge about the issue and gather different perspectives. For example, how women, low-income women, and the LGBT community are severely affected by this issue, and also to gather evidence and data. It can research and studies can also help experts to come up with proper solutions to help mitigate the issue and also to allocate sufficient funding. All right, so those are the 3 suggestions from me, which I'll summarize, which are the improving facilities and promote comprehensive sexual education, and also conducting more research and studies on SRHR and period poverty. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to move on to Kansa again. With the very same question, with the question that how does the collective care in the community of trans community help fill the gap of the inaccessibility of the accessing the clinics you mentioned before? What is the role of your trans community in helping each other?
Yeah, I think in our movement, especially for trans movement, we know what we do right now. We make the movement. We join in with the other movement, we want to conduct how to make the intersection. I mean but if we're talking about the trans right, we're talking about human right. But if you're talking about human right without the trans right, you didn't talking about the human right. But the trans community in the bad situation always, but we don't need the responsibility not only for the trans community, but the responsibility also coming from the other movement. I mean the human rights movement, democracy movement, feminist movement also put our agenda in the collective agenda, because we know we're talking we know we face with the conservative group in the other side, but in the human rights group or the feminist group, we don't have the same position to respond how to help the trans community, especially LGBT community in Indonesia. Our reflection in 2016, after the chaos in Indonesia, we know how we lost so many planes, so many organizations before talking about the human right, also talking about the LGBT, also tokenism, also by project delivering by donor. But now, if we want talking about the intersection, we need to make sure what is intersection, what is inclusivity, what is what again? If we're talking about what we need as the value, as the movement, what we need to achieve together in the future. If we want to make all people better, especially in Indonesia, we need to work together. We know we have the focus issue in trans community, LGBT community have their own agenda. People living with HIV maybe have their own agenda. Feminists, also human rights movement. What is again? We know we have our own agenda, but please don't forget about the collective agenda to change or what we want to achieve in the future. I think that's from me.
Thank you so much, Kansa. I think what's very important from Kansa's answer is in order to build a movement, we have to consider others' problem as our problem. Because not only we have to build a solidarity, but actually those problems are linked, right? Claudia talks about poverty, which links to the sexual and reproductive rights on the accessing to the paths. Kansa, you talked about also the poverty and living in the rural area. That links to the accessing to the service as well. So I think what's very important is that in order to build a collective care or collective movement, we have to embrace every fight, every small movements together and to fight together. And I would like to move to Wendy again. So Miss Wendy, again, as a people who work for the Ministry of Health, what cross-sector collaboration is envisioned as ideal in resolving the issue of inequality in access to sexual and reproductive health?
Thank you, Niap. As you mentioned before, when we are trying to emphasizing promotion and preventions, the one that really a good strategy to reach out is the children in the schools, where the amount of the number is quite huge, and the other one that will be the adults and moving and take the estafette agenda to make this movement together. So the collaboration, I would like to inform that the collaboration already being done in Indonesia in platform Usaha Kesehatan Sekolah, or we know it as Health Promoting Schools. We are together with Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, and Ministry of Home Affairs. Why we also invited Ministry of Religion Affairs? Because schools also, the Ministry of Religion Affairs also have schools that they are coordinate. And then the Ministry of Home Affairs, they are the one who have these prevents, they have the one that have CDs and the one that regulate the area that they are having. So we have conducted several actions, educations, health care, and also environment health, school health program that we are trying to do in our schools. But for sure, still we have a lack of people that engaging, the need of more trained teachers, trained health masters, the one that really control the schools, and also the health worker itself. But the good news is Indonesia already ratified the integrated guideline, IGTSA technical sexual education's guideline that also combined with our values in Indonesia. Together, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education already have this sexual educations for health and reproductive for middle and high school children. And also giving trainings to the teachers. But we are still ongoing. Still a lot of work to do. And these activities are still on progress with Ministry of Education. We need a lot of work with also Ministry of Human Affairs, because how to deliver it in schools with religions backgrounds. Of course, there is need more some adjustment. Maybe religions quotes or something like that must be implemented in those kind of guidelines. So we need to go there. But not only those four sectoral that we need to make collaborations. The ideal is all the parties must be involved. The government for sure, education sector, public health, professional organizations, universities, parents organization, what we call it PTAs in here, yeah, the one that involved in schools activities, our parents that in schools that continue to care to increase the school age children, adolescents to access knowledge, to access health services about to make them growth and fulfill their potentials, growth, and make this health reproductive is positive for them, and also to help them to become the best of generation in Indonesia. We are facing and hopefully to become Indonesian gold in 2045, 100 years of independencies. I think that's from me.
Thank you. May I ask a following question? Because I believe there are many Indonesian youth in this room already. So you mentioned about the working with other ministries, but how do we ensure that the Indonesian youth will be able to participate as well to design their own solution to access to the sexual and reproductive health?
When we are trying to make this module, we also invite them to make the discussions and also to decide this kind of value that we are needed. And also when we are, especially when we are make the trial before we finalize it, we also do it with this youth group to give inputs of it and how to deliver it more freely. So as you see, maybe you will, it's open access, by the way. So the access, how to deliver it's combined with games, role play as an input from the youth. This is what we want to be informed, not by only word presentation only, but by cases, by role play, by games. I think that's from me.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so happy to hear the word like participation from the youth, and I think it's very useful to build a practical solutions for this problem. So I think we have some times for the Q&A. If anybody wants to, please. Do you have the microphone? I think we can do the one by one question. So you ask and the panelists answer it, then we go on to another question.
Okay. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists and moderator? Thank you so much for the discussion. My questions to Emma and Kanza. You're as a CSO, the civil society, I would like to know your experience engaging with the government. How the government, the attitude, is it welcoming or not towards your engagement, if you have an experience on that? And also, I would like also to ask to the Ministry of Health, I guess when answering the questions to the solution, even Emma mentioned about more the needs for more funding for research because like CSO's also done some research and it generates more data that helps to solve the issues, also gathering more insights. Is there, I would like to ask the same similar questions. How do you engage CSO? Because maybe you collaborate with other ministry like Ministry of Education and Culture. We see a lot of campaigns around how the students now are being taught about bully and against sexual violence. But you also mentioned about the parents. The parents also need the education, but we don't have the school for parents. So how do you approach these parents, ensuring that they have values that is in accordance to sexual reproductive health and rights? How the government approach that? And I guess I would also like to request to NIP Tamtang in Bangkok, in Thailand, they have the government has this support for persons or individual who would like to do abortion. However, the problem that they face is like, the government supports, there is a funding on it, but not many doctors would like to carry on the procedures. And Tamtang Naro is establishing the clinics that will cater to free abortion. Can you share more on it, and how do you collaborate with government to provide that services? Thank you.
Thank you. I will let Emma and Claudia, sorry, Emma and Kansa, and then Rennie answer first. I was surprised to receive my own question, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Rastra. So the first question that you asked me was my personal experience with the government, right? So honestly, I have not engaged personally with the government yet. Yeah. So, but then there are a few things that I would like to share, and it would be the government period poverty initiatives by the government. So, so in Malaysia, in 2022 to 2023, there was this initiative called the distribution of period and hygiene kits to the B40 community, which is the people from low-income groups, where the government would like provide like a kit that consists of pads, tampons, and also other things such as deodorants and also soaps. And the government, the federal government, provided to teenage girls from low-income groups every month. And honestly, I have not. It has been carried out, but honestly, I have not heard from any updates from the government or from like the Kementerian Pembangunan Wanita or the Women and Family Development Ministry this year. And I think it was recently that I checked the budget 2024 allocation, and there is no longer like allocation or like distribution such as the hygiene kits like last year anymore for next year. So there's no like initiatives or assistance at all. And also another like suggestion that the state of Selangor came up with is the installation of a period product machine in public bathrooms. Obviously, it was just a suggestion. There's no vending machine for period products at all. So they just like say it without doing it. And I was really hopeful for that, because okay, so we are finally addressing the issue, but then where is it? It's been 2 years. Yeah, they proposed it like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but then we see nothing. And other than that, there's also an initiative to address period poverty where the government installs if I'm not mistaken, it's giving away free pads or installing the machine, the period product machine, at the office in the Ministry of Women and Family Development. The thing is, I feel like they are targeting the wrong, people, because they're installing the machine and like giving away the period products in the office of Ministry of Women and Family Development instead of giving it to the public. Yeah. And so those are the updates in Malaysia. And honestly, this year, the issue of period poverty has been quite quiet. It's not like frequently discussed as last year or the year before. Yeah. So that's all for the first question that you asked. All right.
Okay, what the question for me, Hasra? Can you repeat? Yeah, from my experience, to collaborate and I mean like collaborate, just the lobby to government so very horrible. Do you know like if you're talking about the LGBT situation, the ministry is so resistant, don't use the terminology of LGBT community in their institution. Even we don't can talking about the, even we talking about the discrimination, we don't use the LGBT terminology. I have experience to be the not speaker, what we call it penanggap in the respond in the MPR itu apa ya?
Head legislative, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, parliament, basically the people in government who legalize.
Elemen apa? Parliamentary. We're talking about the yeah, in our collective right now in the vulnerable group, we have the consortium. We call it the KAIN. The KAIN is the consortium to propose the anti-discrimination law in Indonesia because we don't have before, and then we go to have the conversation with the MPR, and then the statement is, if we're talking about the discrimination, we agree we didn't include LGBT because the LGBT is, yeah, you know, like the saints or something like that. And then I just speechless because they are like the, I don't know, I think our government so resistant to use terminology LGBT. But if we're talking about the trans woman or the transgender, they are maybe like the little bit friendly, but we know in the HIV response program, we have the one of the population is the trans community, especially trans woman community, and then I think only HIV issue we can entitled to talking about our rights in our government, but in other issue we cannot. Even for the, yeah, maybe for the human rights issue also very challenging. And yeah, I think like so many experience, but not really good. But yeah, I think this is like the typical, yeah, in our politician, like the use the LGBT like the, what we call it, ancaman perang, like the,
Threat.
yeah, like trade. But in 2017, I mean next year, we pace to elected presidential. We can know the LGBT still used by the politician to get the vote, but yeah, we need to, I think like especially youth, and then LGBT group, feminist group, we need to consolidation to have the strategy how to pace with the next situation during the election. I think that's for me.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you, Rastra, for your question. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is what you want to ask to me. There is no school for parents, right? So we are trying to make several webinars about this. Also enhancing not only parents that having children, but they are adults in workers area, adults in specific, what do you call this? Kepulauan terluar, remote area. We have several targeted about this kind of issues. So this actually, right now we are trying to make the specific issues that we need to be delivered constantly. So from Aceh to Papua, the one that we are talking about, health reproductive to adults or parents is the same. Right now we are trying to do it right now, still ongoing. But what we have done right now is several making like webinars or making like seminars targeting these parents, targeting adults in workers associations to make these informations reach to them, and hopefully they can engage their children or young people around them to know more about the right health reproductive is. And if I can also mention about how we can engage the CSO, actually from my side, whenever we make like some kind of new module, even last month we have a meeting about the government law about school health and adolescents. We also invited specifically, it's kind of around and closed discussions that must be specific people that can be entered. Thanks God, these two groups are invited and accepted. It's Inti Muda and Aliansi Remaja Indonesia. They are representing youth that can voice what they need to be implemented specifically about adolescents' health. And about the data, right now also we are conducting under BRIN, under the BRIN Association, we are conducting global school health survey that also have issues about health reproductive. Hopefully we have the report that as a face of school health children in Indonesia 2023. Hopefully the report will be out 2024. And in the meantime also basic health research also conducted for young and adult that also until 24 years old. For global health school survey only until high school children. I hope it's answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And well, I was surprised to receive my own question, but so I'm from Tamtang Group. Tamtang works to promote the abortion rights in Thailand, and to give you a picture of Thailand, abortion on request means that you don't have to have like the medical condition to get abortion. Can be accessed up to 20 weeks of pregnancy. So the abortion there is legal, and we also have the subsidy, the money from the government to support if someone wants to receive an abortion care in the public hospitals. But the problem is many doctors in the public hospital, which is which provide free service in Thailand, is still scared to provide their service because they see abortion as like something sinful, something very like a bad killing thing. So we would like to set up a clinic because the law also allow us to ask for that subsidy money and to open our own clinic. We would like to show, like after years of telling the hospitals that abortion is easy, it's safe enough to provide. We would like to not talk to them anymore, but we would like to show them that it can happen with the CSO, not by the like very expertise doctors. Of course, we have doctors, but the clinic will mainly run by the CSO. So we would like to show them that it can happen, it can be safe, and it can be easy, it can be dignified to receive abortion. So I think that's maybe can be the best practice for other country to copy us. But in order to open the clinic, we don't, we still pursue the very important advocacy point, which is not only us, the CSO, can open the clinic, but the public hospital have to have the service as well. It's not like, okay, so Tam Tang opened the clinic, so the public hospital don't have to do that anymore. It's not. We just have to, we just want to show them that if we can, you can too, and you must. Thank you. And I see another hand. Yeah, please.
I only have one question to Ibu Weni from Ministry of Health. So, as we know that in this beginning of this year, Indonesia just passed the new penal code that will be implemented in 2016, 3 years after the president signed the new criminal code or penal code. So my question is to what will Ministry of Health do to check and strategy to respond to the articles that actually still homework for us that work for SRHR's issues in Indonesia. For example, like maybe some of us already also know, for example, in the Article 463, which regulates criminal exception to abortion in a few cases. I mean, there is an exception in 463, but in the other article is 251. They prohibit all the women from having access to safe abortion. So there is a contradictory from one article to the other article. And also when we are talking about the fulfill the SRHR, including the information for young people. So in the 2016, we will be criminalized when doing that because we are not part of the one who have authority to give it to the children, to the young people, including the adolescents like 17 years, 16 years. So as we know that all of the burden now is separated into the CSO now to fulfill the SRHR's issues for young people. So how can we imagine that all of these activities should be put into the government? So how can you see these issues, and do you have any strategy to talk to the other ministry? Because actually I have information in these years, Ministry of Health will have a discussion to inter ministry to talk about this challenge. So my other question, how can we engage in that conversation? Because we are the person who will experience and be impacted by this regulation in the 2026. So we want to be include in that conversation. If you plan to do that conversation in the other ministry. So thank you so much.
Should I? Okay, thank you so much. I didn't have your good name. Thank you, Ail, for your questions. Actually, if I can relate to my scope of work right now, my scope of work is limited to under 18. So we are focusing to promote and prevent. And about this kind of action that you are talking right now is, I'm so sorry to say, but another section, another directorate, another system and collaborated also in healthcare system, specifically not only in the primary, but also in referral healthcare. For sure, I'll, in my perspective, Ministry of Health always and trying to always to engage the all respective stakeholders. Please voice up about this, and please let know your. If I can later on, I can pass your organization to become and engage about discussion. For sure, this kind of a discussion we need make a lot of steps. In internal, about the technical, about the harm that can be produced about this, and how about the society, and how also the health system can provide it. In my personal opinion, there is two kind of perspective reading these two kind of article. The second one is how to prevent not to take harmful thing for them. Make sure if they need something must be in the right hand and the right way. I think this second article trying to prevent those kind of actions. This is my personal perspective. And the first one is must be also concerning about the clinical, that the one that they have their own clinical perspective, then must be objective about it. So I'll maybe it's not quite. You're not quite satisfied for my answer, but that is what I'm trying to answer about this. And for sure, I'll please voice about this. And of course, we are trying to engage most or all of the stakeholders that we can engage, especially the youth voices that have the voices, the bold voices, and also the good networking, especially in Asian's system like this, Youth Forum. It's very nice to voice about it, and please come, and also hopefully we can discuss it later. Thank you, Ayo.
Please go ahead.
Oke. Selamat pagi. Saya mau bertanya, meminta tanggapan dari Mbak Kanzafina dan Ibu Weni. Perkenalkan, saya Echa Waode. Di Undang-Undang Kesehatan pasal 137 nomor 2 itu berbunyi tentang bedah plastik, rekonstruksi dan estetika tidak boleh bertentangan dengan norma yang berlaku dalam masyarakat dan tidak ditunjukkan untuk mengubah identitas. Yang kita tahu banyak sekali kawan transpuan yang mengubah wajahnya. Seperti ada yang kendala hidung, terus dioperasi hidung, mengubah payudara, bentuk bibir, dan rekonstruksi wajah, operasi yang dilakukan di Thailand. Nah, di Undang-Undang pasal 137 ayat 2, nomor 2 ini, yang berisi tadi, nah aku minta tanggapannya dari Ibu Weni dan Mbak Kanzafina itu bagaimana? Gitu. Makasih.
Okay, so if I may translate for the others, what she asked was regarding our health law, specifically Article 137, number 2. It's about plastic reconstruction and aesthetic surgery. If these surgeries are done against the norm that applies, whatever that is, and it's meant to change someone's identity, she's asking for the response or the opinions of Kanzavina and Ibu Eni. Okay.
Okay, I will try to start. First of all, I think this is the situation that also maybe Niap also said also in Thailand, right? whenever there is change, the identity cannot be changed also in Thailand. Is it true?
It's not legally approved yet, but we are trying to push the law.
Yeah, it's
But
same.
so far,
Yeah, it's them. Actually, I cannot explore more about it because when the law is being declared, it's mean already been discussed not only by health sectors, also of Ministry Home Affair, Foreign Affair, also by clinicians, also by religion affair, and so on. Whenever this discussion made up and also being surfaced, all the stakeholder must have their own opinions and they have their own perspective about it. But in government side, whenever the law is already being launched, it means this is the one that must be conducted right now in Indonesia. And those kind of discussion, those kind of needs must be discussion about this more about maybe in home affair, about the identifications to be legalized or so on. But in our perspective, in government side, whenever the law is already been launched, this is the one that must be implemented, and the process supposed to be already being involved several or more or all of the stakeholders that must be involved. That's from my side.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned before, this is so horrible, the article, like the potential criminalized transgender woman, also transgender community in Indonesia, because the article so discriminative, also so potential to criminalize LGBT, because the prasa, what we call it, the prasa, the praise, so we can, yeah, I mean like the multi-tafsir. What do you mean?
Multi-tafsir is basically multi-interpretation.
Yeah, multi-interpretation, even by the law or by the expertise. But once again, we know this is not only for the trans community, but also by the practice like the doctor, because doctor they only can work by the mandatory, and then the law becomes so bad. I think this is like do you know why the Ministry of Health put this the article, what the mean? We need to, in the future, I mean like the trans community to challenge this the article to what we call it Mahkamah Konstitusi, I think, for the reject or the change this article. I think that's for me. Thank you, Mbak Echa.
thank you.
If I can add more, Kak Echa, ya, what we are trying to emphasize is Ministry of Health have committed to provide health services regardless their background. We are committed about it. So it is our law also as health workers to give health services without any obstacle about all the backgrounds of our patients. So hopefully what we are doing today have a good impact for better Indonesia in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to use this opportunity to express my solidarity, because we are facing the very similar situation in the ASEAN community. I feel like it's hard to fight against the government, or not really fight against, but like, yeah, to propose some policy to the government or to fight against the religious community. But it's a long way. It's the only way we have to go in order to be a democracy region. So yeah, we are fighting together, slow but forward. Yeah. So is there any more question? Yes, please.
I think, hi everyone, my name is Ricardo. I think we talk about sexual and reproductive health and rights, and we also talk about human rights. It's really a basic human rights. And we understand that there are several institutions, human rights institutions, operating among us, around us. We have human rights institutions from the government side. We also have human rights institutions operating in the regional, such as ICHR, and we also have Human Rights Council internationally. So I would like to ask Kanza, Emma, and maybe NAP as well, how your engagement with this institution, and if you have and how does your engagement look like with this institution? And if not, what do you hope to see this institution really help or facilitating your advocacy and work?
Thank you. I would like to let Claudia answer first.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo. I'm sorry, but can you rephrase what you have just said? You mean by like okay, you mean how do I engage with the organizations in the regional area and also in my country? Yeah. All right. Okay. So I think one of my hopes is that I want, or I'm eager to see for example the government bodies and also other organizations is to engage more with youth by for example in decision making, and also having open discussions, for example in issues such as SRHR, instead of discussing about the issues among married people, or older adults, or or older adults or cisgendered people. I think that there needs to be what? Yes. There needs to be a collaboration between the younger people, the teenagers, and also the youths below 30, to work together with decision makers and policy makers, and not just discuss among themselves. And that way we can come up with a more effective and inclusive solutions. Yeah. I hope that answers your question, Ricardo.
Yeah, for me, I don't put my hope with the. Yeah, we know we have the Commission of the Human Rights in Indonesia. Also, we have Commission Thai Violence Women, but we know they still have the, I think the still neutral position. If they want to, if we want to work together, it's okay, but don't put your hope, your dream with them. But they still have the I mean, like they're still what faced with the political situation, because if they're talking about the human rights, it's okay, but if they're talking about the LGBT, they are also got the gains by the not only by the society, also by the government. We just need to push what and when we want to collaboration with them, and then what their strategy to make sure to fulfill the human right access whatever we need as the their mandatory, their work as the, yeah, I mean that we know especially in Indonesia, we have so many commission for the human right, like we have the commission for the human right, finance movement, for the child also, we also disabilities, yeah, commission of this disability, but I think now who in the insights coming is not like we coming from the, maybe they are not the human rights activists, they are also coming from the conservative group, maybe they are coming from the party. Yeah, I think don't put your dream or your hope in their organization, but we can still push their work, we can still cover collaboration, we still make, maybe we can still make put our agenda in their work to make sure to how they make sure, like the institution make sure how to, I mean, like how to the human right not only like a jargon, but human right is human right. How the citizen, the people can fulfill and enjoyment the right as the human. I think like, yeah, that's for me. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you. And for Tam Tang, I think we hope to see more more public hospital that provide a free abortion service in Thailand, because nowadays, even though it's legal, people have to travel to another province, hundreds of kilos, in order to get access to the free one. We would not like to see this picture happen again. We would like to see if, like, okay, so if you're in Bangkok, you can just stay in Bangkok. You don't have to go to another province to access the service. And to answer the question about the engaging with institutions, I think media is the important one to echo our problem, our recommendations to the public. It helps to create a better understanding of the issues to the mass people as well, and it creates a good amount of push towards the government to say that, okay, people are watching you to and waiting for you to do this and that, so you have to do this and that. So I think we engage with the media, and when we hope to express our issues, our needs via them. Yeah, thank you. I think we have time for the last question. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, my very bad eyesight. I cannot see you.
Okay, thank you for your very meaningful sharing. So I'm Mia from Vietnam. I have a really real quick and summarized question for all of you guys. So I'm from YUU organization, and we are giving the support in education and employment to the indigenous people, and of course, especially for the young or the high school student. But as I observed, the rate of getting pregnant in the teen age is very high and it is not decreasing. So as this discussion about sex education and all of the reproductive health, I really want to ask for your the core value and the foundation to give us the way to enhance or to reduce the bad effects of the lack of education and the awareness, and especially in Vietnam or in the Southeast Asia. So that's it. Thank you.
Wendy, do you want to answer this?
Me, I hope I get your questions. But what I'm understand is you're also trying to give education about sex, health and reproductive, right? How to make it decrease. For us, now we are also trying to give information about this, and the rates of pregnancy also increasing also in Indonesia, and we are trying to say no child married campaign to make sure, because we also make simulation whenever, for example, in our one of subtopic about this pregnancy for adolescents, we make illustration role play whenever they get pregnant. There's a lot of bad effect for them, like they will lose their educations because sometimes they are get embarrassed when they get pregnant, go to the schools, so they will lack of education. And whenever they lack education, for sure they don't have that bright future of career. And then whenever they get pregnancy, maybe they have a conflict with their partners. Whenever they get conflict, maybe they get violence. Whenever they get violence, maybe not only she is the one to get violence, maybe the children later on get the violence also. And maybe, but later on they get economic impact about it. So this kind of role play, we're playing with the school children to get to know that whenever they, not only pregnancy also harmful to them, but in the futures and long run, and the children and also the family around them also get the impact of it. So those kind of feeling, those kind of value, those kind of information that also we delivered to this youngster that we are trying to give right now. I think that's it from my side, Mia.
All right. Thank you. And also thank you, Mia, for the question. So there are 2 points that I would like to mention. The first one would be consent. I feel like, you mentioned just now that what are the core values, and like, there needs to be like an awareness of the consequences of lack of sex education, right? So I think one of the most like important things that we need to educate young people is consent, because we need to teach them that their body is theirs, and other people, other individuals have no right to control their body, and like to make a decision for their body. And another thing is that whenever like young people or the younger generations like mention sex education to, like, for example, adults or like conservatives like individuals, they would think that, oh, I don't agree with this, because we're telling like people or like young people to have sex with each other, where this obviously shows that they are like not educated about it yet, and also they're still like this is also due to the taboo surrounding sex, where whenever someone mentions sex or like that, oh, it's just like sexual intercourse, right? But we when it comes to sex education, we need to inform people that it's not about having sex with your partner or your sexual partners, but it's about how to, for example, it's more than sexual intercourse. It includes like healthy relationships, and also how to have a protected and safe sex, and STI prevention, and also safe abortion, and also information on, for example, like information on what to do and who to reach out to if you if you get pregnant, like unintended pregnancies. Yeah, so those are the things that goes like beyond the common idea of what people think sex education is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for every question here. So today in this session, we talked about the uneven development. We talked about the privatization. We talked about the lack of infrastructures, the lack of education, and stigma, right? So, and we come to the conclusion that in order to solve every problems we mentioned, we need a progressive policy that protects and ensure reproductive justice. It could be like a universal health care. It could be a comprehensive sex education, a maybe paid family leave, maybe ending housing insecurity, and universal high quality social protection. So in other words, young people need a supportive environment as a whole to encourage and empower them to claim their body authority. And we do not only want to want the progressive policy that only take care of the sexual reproductive aspect only, but we also want the fulfillment of the basic needs such as like clean water, the sanitary, the access to information, access to clean toilet, and access to education, so that we as a young people can enjoy their sexual and reproductive rights. So I would like to end my session here today, and I would like to thank you for all of you as a participants, and I would like to thank all of my panelists. Can you please give another applause for them? Thank you so much. Sexual and reproductive rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, dear moderator. So cool.
And that concludes our discussion about sexual and reproductive health. And we want to say thank you to our moderator from Thailand, Neeb, for moderating the town hall number 4.
Yes, I would love to quote Kanza Venus, what she said earlier. She said, when you talk about human rights, you talk about trans rights. If you don't talk about trans rights, you're not talking about human rights. And I feel like that applies to every single issue that we discussed, whether it's period rights for all you menstruating people, not just women, all menstruating people, and also for lawmakers, I guess, human rights.
Yeah, and one key takeaways I got from there is hashtag my body, my temple. We should always remember that thing.
Yes. And
regardless of your gender or your physical background.
Yes.
Hashtag my body, my temple. That's it.
Yep.
So what's next, Astrid?
Next up is coffee break.
Coffee break
food.
and networking. But
Yes.
I think I thought of a plan, and not a plan. Since we're going through the next, which is a performance,
Yes.
why don't we have a short game before we listen to the performance or watch the performance? I think a very short game, Filipino game. It's a 10-minute game. Well, less than 10 minutes as well. So I'd like to invite one representative from each table. We're gonna play a game. It's very simple game, just like eating peanuts. So I'd like to ask one representative from each table. We're gonna play a game. One representative per table. It's Rastra.
Oh, okay. Organize
Okay,
something.
how about on this table? Ricardo, on that table, please.
Kak, salah satu.
And what about on this table? Would like to ask one representative from this table for a short game.
Ayo, berdua deh. Dua-duanya deh.
Okay.
Let's go, let's go. Who wants to play
Whoever,
a game?
please go there in the
Who
front.
wants to play a game?
One
Joe,
representative,
let's go.
please. We may invite
Let's go.
one representative
ayo,
only.
Ayo, mas, ayo, mas. Ayo, berdua, ayo, ramein. Ayo, ramein
Summer.
sama aku.
Do you like to go in front?
How
No,
about you
okay.
guys? Who's playing?
How about on this table?
Okay.
We want one representative. We're gonna play a game. It's Filipino game. I'm gonna give you the instruction later.
Maybe, let's go.
It's
but
more
we'll
of
think about
hand
it.
movements. Hand movements. One only. One representative per table.
Let's go, let's go.
Yeah. He knows this game because he's a fellow Filipino.
Why all males? I don't know. I'm playing. Come on, girls. Let's go, girls.
Go, since we
No,
only have
girls.
10 minutes to
Ayo,
play
Kak.
this game. Okay, kindly form one straight line facing the audience.
I'm gonna represent MC and play along.
Are you gonna play? Yeah, I think I'm gonna need your help. You stand there.
Okay.
Okay,
emceeing all the
so
way.
this game is titled Hep Hep Hooray. We have a fellow Filipino here, so he also knows about this game. So it's Hep Hep Hooray. It's more of hand movement. Okay, so when I say Hep Hep, you clap your hands down. Hep Hep down. Hep Hep to claps, and Hooray is to raise your hand. Hooray. Hep Hep Hooray. Okay, so if the mic goes to you, you should say Hep Hep. And then I'm gonna give the mic randomly to the person. So the first thing is Hep Hep, and it's Hooray. Okay, this is just basic. We
Okay.
go to the difficult level and so on a while ago.
Ternyata jebakan.
Okay, let's have a short game titled Hep Hep Hooray.
Hep hep.
You clap your hands. Hep Hep and Hooray. It's hand movement. Hand and mic coordination. Yes.
But just for the people
Hooray
who
is-
are,
Just raise your hands.
just for the people who are handed the mic, right? Okay.
Hooray, yeah.
Enggak sih.
If the
sebenarnya
mic
ada.
goes... Hooray. Or just raise your hand. Hooray is raising your hand. Okay. Okay, you ready again? Let's try it. Try first and go.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip. Hooray.
It's hep hep. It's hep hep. It should be hep hep. It should be hep hep first and then hooray. Okay, on that part, please.
Okay. Okay. Hep hep. Hep hep.
I don't say it. Don't say it. Just give him the mic.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay, I think they've already got the instructions. So now it's the final time to play the game. So there will be elimination as well. There will be elimination, of course.
Takut.
You have to sashay away. Okay. Coordination, mind and body coordination. We begin in 3, 2, 1.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hop hop.
Hooray.
What did she do? I didn't see it. What did she do?
She said hooray?
It's hooray. You raise your hand. Okay, that's okay. How about on that side?
Okay.
Let's make it fast. Oh, Ricardo, you didn't clap your hands. You didn't clap your hands. I'm sorry, girl, but you're evicted. Eliminated.
He has to shay away.
Sashay away.
Shay away.
Okay, faster. Now this time, we're gonna go the other way around. Hooray, hep hep.
Mampu.
Hooray and hep hep. So it's the opposite one.
Okay. I'm
So
ready.
Now
I'm
comes
ready.
the most difficult one.
I need to be
the
in the
most
middle.
difficult part of the game is to make it the opposite way. Hooray, hep hep.
Okay.
Okay, don't get confused about the instruction.
Okay. So, hooray.
It's the opposite. Okay. Okay, that's one. Hep hep, hooray. Okay, hep hep is raising hand. Hooray is clapping hand down. Okay.
Be ready.
Okay, again, the instruction is hep, what's this again? Hep hep, hooray. Okay. The game begins. Go.
Hep hep,
Hooray.
hep hep, hooray. Hep hep,
Hooray.
hep hep.
Out. Out. A Filipino friend is out. Okay, bye. I'm sorry, but sashay away. On that part, please.
Okay. Okay, you guys ready?
Ready?
So excited. Okay.
You make it fast.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hep hep.
Oh, it's incorrect. It's hep hep. Raising hand is hep hep. So only 5, remaining 5. Okay, do you have a prize for here, Astra? Don't have a prize? We have a prize? Okay, Care of Astra. Go ahead, Care of Astra with a prize. Okay? Again, hep hep, hooray. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Hep hep. Hooray.
Hep hep.
Hooray.
Hep hep.
Hooray.
Oh, hooray should be this one. Hooray should be clap. I'm so sorry, but you have to go back to your seat. Thank you. Okay, last 4. Last 4. Again, hep hep is what movement? Hep hep. Hep is raising hand. Hooray is clapping your hands down. Okay. Coordination, go.
Hep hep. Hooray.
Hep hep. Hooray.
Hep hep. Hooray.
Hep hep.
Hep hep. Hooray.
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 Oh my God.
Wow,
Oh
very
my
competitive
God.
group.
They're really competitive. I mean, they want the prize, I think,
Really?
Rastra. I think you should give the prize to all of them. No? Okay, thank you so much for your participation. And to all the rest of the players, thank you. And it's now time for the coffee break.
Okay, so as per our current agenda that I am holding, we are going to have a little lunch break for a second, and then we have the performance and then lunch. But I think we'll see if it's just going to be lunch all the way.
I think it will be done simultaneously while the performance is
Going
having
on,
on stage
and
going on. We'll have a lunch. Right?
Okay, so this marks the end of session number 1 for the day. Have your lunch, have your food right outside. There's mee ayam that is really good. It's basically chicken noodle soup. Very yummy. I hope you guys have a great lunch and then feel even more energized for our second session, our town hall number 5. Topic, democracy. Thank you, everyone.
And let's enjoy the sumptuous meal set for us for the lunch. Thank you.
Selamat siang, good afternoon everyone. Selamat menikmati, Selamat menikmati hidangannya selagi makan-makan. Mungkin ada sedikit alunan musik saya agak ganggu sedikit barangkali. Ini dia dimulai dengan sebuah lagu berjudul A Bosnian and a Brazilian. Enjoy. Come gather round, folks, I'm gonna tell you a story about my very brief time in Paris back in 2012. We landed on Charles de Gaulle from Barcelona, it was in 2012. As by let go my bahasa, Paris was so shining, I was hardly stopped grinning. I studied French for, and I couldn't wait to speak it. The true center of the story happened around Gare du Nord in a train to Amsterdam about a young Bosnian girl who tried to steal my wallet. And the Brazilian stole my view. And in that case, my friend, it put in my heart. 3 days we spent in the city of Versailles. I didn't have time to say my Mona Lisa goodbye. Then we bought the ticket back, my family and I, from Amsterdam.
I'll burn. And J.I.R.A. Cause I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. Cause I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. Well, had him shooting for me like a ball team. Every guy was a knockout, John King, but none of them had smarts. That's my thing. It's not enough to have balls, Spalding. One day by a Starbucks, I bumped into a guy rocking black chucks. He said, "Excuse me, beautiful." I said, "Aw, shucks." And then he asked, "Well, hey, wanna grab lunch?" Never ever met a guy so fly. He got me hooked like apple pie. I think I'm falling and I don't know why, but I won't fight these butterflies. I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. Cause I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. We don't give a dang. And I swear what we have is just super cool. The way he's always in my head like a Bluetooth. I got a text from him, he said come through. Told me that he wants to kick it, kung fu. Don't do nothing much at all. Just we and his boys watching football. He asked for a kiss, and so I gave him two. He said, "Well, thank you, baby." I said, "You're welcome, boo." Never ever met a guy so fly. He got me hooked like apple pie. I think I'm falling and I don't know why, but I won't fight these butterflies. I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. Cause I'm all about him, and he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. I don't need no fancy car, and I don't need no diamond rings. My baby's all I need and more, cause I don't need those extra things. It's not about you, it's not about you, it's not about them, it's not about them. It's all about me, it's all about me, and it's all about him. It's all about him. It's all about him. 'Cause I'm all about him, and he's all about me, and it's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. 'Cause I'm all about him, and I'm all about him, and he's all about me. I swear he's all about me. And we don't give a dang about nobody. No. 'Cause I'm all about him. 'Cause I'm all about him. I'm all about him. We don't give a dang. It's all about you. It's all about you, boy. It's all about you.
Let me take a picture, I'll show you mine. We'll see what I can capture behind your eyes. And on, yeah, we got the time. And on, yeah, I'll be by your side. You don't ever need to hide away, darling. You should know I'm here to stay. Let me say, and I'll call you midnight. Want you around, and I don't know what is holding you down. 'Cause we're too young to die. Let me inside your mind. Be young tonight. Let me see you. And we're too young to die. Let me inside your mind. Be young tonight. Let me see you. Let me take a picture, I'll show you mine. We'll see what I can capture behind your eyes. And on, yeah, we got the time. And on, yeah, I'll be by your side. Let me take a picture, I'll show you mine. We'll see what I can capture behind your eyes. And on, yeah, we got the time. And on, yeah, I'll be by your side.
Never thought I'd meet someone, don't need to fake it. I carried all of this baggage, but something's been changing. We go on every day of the week. Talk till the sun is gone, and I don't wanna leave. Go take this Polaroid, I'll let the light shine through. That night I met you, think all of my skies turn blue. Let's tape it up in a frame. look so damn cool. Are you feeling it too?
Let me take a picture, I'll show you mine. We'll see what I can capture behind your eyes. And on, yeah, we got the time. And on, yeah, I'll be by your side. Let me take a picture, I'll show you mine. We'll see what I can capture behind your eyes. And on, yeah, we got the time. And on, yeah, I'll be by your side. I'm familiar with unrequited. I know you got a heart that's undecided, just like mine. It takes its sweet time. I've been trying to dive into the deep end, 'cause I don't really wanna lose a good friend, but I might find something divine. It's electric every time we touch. I've been living for this head rush, but sometimes it's too much. If we never try, how will we know, baby, how far this thing could go? Give me a sign if I'm on your mind. I don't wanna fall in love alone. I wish that I could tell what you were thinking. I hate that I slip up when I've been drinking, but oh well, I can't help myself. I'm getting really tired of this back and forth. Why don't we just give into this driving force? I mean, there's something between us. It's electric every time we touch. I've been living for this head rush, but sometimes it's too much. If we never try, how will we know, baby, how far this thing could go? Give me a sign if I'm on your mind. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love alone. We never try. How will we know you, baby, how far this thing could go? Just how far this thing will go. Give me a sign. Give me a sign. If I'm on your mind, I don't wanna fall in love I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna fall in love alone. You just need to be right here next to me, next to me, next to me. I don't wanna be without you, baby, anymore. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna fall in love. I can't fall. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna fall in love alone.
I used to tell myself that I don't need nobody else, just me. She just came to the party in them high tops and those jeans. Could've sworn that I was sober, but the way you looked at me, never been so lifted, got me thinking, fuck this party, I want memories. Ooh, we could be free. fast even when it's slow. We just gotta live before we let it go. You've been wanting that Chanel, picking up from Rodeo, but baby, you already glow. When we're older, things won't always be the same. And I might not be the one, but can we have a little fun and maybe take it in before we change? Change. I don't wanna forget you tonight. I just wanna fall into your memories. Ooh, we could be free. In my dreams, you got what I need. We'll find our memories. You're so irreplaceable, and everybody knows I want you, but I've always been so invisible to you. But I'm just waiting on you to pull back the curtains, and I've been standing on the sidelines, waiting till the time's right to make you mine. 'Cause ever since the first time you opened up my world, I just can't seem to close my eyes and sleep. I'm locked inside this daydream, don't need any saving. But I need you to wake me up. Imagination is chasing after innocent love, but I've been wasting so much time living on cloud nine. Am I the only one who dreams this up? And I've been standing on the sidelines, waiting till the time's right to make you mine. 'Cause ever since the first time you opened up my world, I just can't seem to close my eyes and sleep. I'm locked inside this daydream, don't need any saving. But I need you to wake me up. I fall asleep, I'm dreaming that you think of me. But if you're just too cool, I won't be your fool.
Dad, look at me. Think back and talk to me. Did I grow up according to plan? And do you think I'm wasting my time doing things I wanna do? But it hurts when you disapprove all along. And now I try hard to make it. I just wanna make you proud. I'm never gonna be good enough for you. Can't pretend that I'm alright. And you can't change me, 'cause we lost it all. Nothing left lasts forever. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Now it's just too late, and we can't go back. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. I try not to think about the pain I feel inside. Did you know you used to be my hero? All the days you spent with me now seem so far away, and it feels like you don't care anymore. And now I try hard to make it. I just wanna make you proud. I'm never gonna be good enough for you. I can't stand another fight. And nothing's alright, 'cause we lost it all. And nothing lasts forever. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Now it's just too late, and we can't go back. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Nothing's gonna change the things that you said, and nothing's gonna make this right again. Please don't turn your back. I can't believe it's hard just to talk to you, but you don't understand.
voice with the booming system. Top down AC with the coolest system. When he come up in the club, he be blazing up. Got stacks on deck like he's saving up. And he ill, he real, he might got a deal. He pop bottles and he got the right kind of bill. He cold, he dope, he might sell coke. He always in the air, but he never fly couch. He a motherfucking drip drip, tell her all the strip. When he make a drip drip, kiss him on a lip. That's the kind of dude I was looking for. And yes, you'll get slapped if you're looking home. I said, excuse me, you're a hell of a guy. I mean, my, you're like pelican fly. I mean, you're so shy, and I'm loving your tie. You're like slicker than the guy with the thing on his eye. Oh. Yes, I did. Somebody please tell him who the F I is. I am Nicki Minaj, I mack them dudes up. Back coops up and chuck the dudes up. For the boys in the polos, entrepreneur niggas in the mogos. He can roll with the crew, he can so loud. But I think I like him better when he down loud. And I think I like him better with the fitted cap on. He ain't even gotta try to put the Mac on. He just gotta give me that look. When he give me that look, then the pennies coming off. Excuse me, you're a hell of a guy. You know I really got a thing for American guys. I mean, sigh, sickening eyes. I can tell that you're in touch with your feminine side. Yes I did. Somebody please tell him who the F I is. I am Nicki Minaj, I mack them dudes up. Back coops up and chuck the deuce up.
How was everyone's lunch? Are you
Hello,
guys
good
sleepy?
afternoon.
Are you guys sleepy?
How do you say good afternoon in Bahasa?
Selamat siang. See?
You tell them.
Yeah. No, you tell them. Come on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Selamat siang.
How do you say in Tagalog?
It's magandang hapon in Filipino.
Magandang hapo, everyone.
So I would like to get your attention. We're now at the last leg of our youth summit. This is the final afternoon. So we hope that you sustain your energy and your participation in our last town hall session, which is focused on democracy.
Yes.
But before that, we have
just this.
That's this. Okay.
Okay, may we remind you that, what should we remind them on? No photos for the people with the red sticker. The people with the purple sticker, sure, take a picture because it just says, what does it say, the purple sticker?
No picture, I think.
Social justice for all. Slay. Okay, so...
I mean, let's
we
not
still
just
have
waste the
time.
time.
Is anyone still outside right now? Yes, okay, it's okay. If anyone who's already inside want to get some extra food for the session later, feel free to grab food and then bring it in and then just eat as we go. The topic is pretty heavy, to me at least.
Yeah, definitely.
But very
that's why
important.
It's the last topic.
Yes, oh, that's why
it's a topic. That's it.
Anyways.
I think not everyone is present here yet.
Yeah.
So I think we should wait for a minute or a few minutes.
Yes.
So we could begin our last town hall session.
Yes.
Okay, you talk to them according to...
Okay, we're being asked to go around to ask for people's opinions, I guess. So are you guys excited for democracy?
The question is, are we really enjoying democracy?
Are we?
That's the question.
Are we enjoying democracy?
Are we really enjoying democracy in our own country? We'll find out because in later session, we'll get to know more about the democracy topic and the democracy issues in some of the countries who are going to present their own during the session in Town Hall session number 4.
Yes.
So I think we should all be ready because, as we said, it will be a heavy topic concerning about democracy, democratic rights, and so on.
Yes. And if you have any concerns, note it down, put your hands up when it's the Q&A session, voice your thoughts, your opinions, your personal solutions if you have any ideas regarding that.
And of course, just a reminder that you are allowed not to permit AYF to publicize or to voice out your statements.
Yes.
You have the right to do so. If you don't want to get publicized your statement or your responses online, you may approach somebody from AYF.
Yes. You can
Because
usually
we also
find them
respect
upfront.
privacy and security.
Yes.
So I guess everyone is back here in the main room and perhaps we're all ready to participate and listen to the next and to the last topic, focus on democracy. Shall we go now to our last leg of our summit? Are all of you ready again to listen to our discussion on stage? All right.
I love you guys very much. The energy is strong in this one. I want the energy to be like this in all the tables. Are you guys ready?
Ready? Okay, without further ado, I think it's now about time to present to you the moderator for the last town hall session, which will be Joanne Aurelia. Am I correct?
Yes, Joanne Aurelia from Indonesia. Woo!
The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Okay, have you all have a good lunch today? Yes? Okay, maybe the MC said that our last topic is heavy, but I can make sure maybe it's not gonna be that heavy, and we will make it as fun and as interesting as possible to talk about it. And I expect you to also discuss with us. So I think it's more interesting if we can have a dialogue later. So if you have an interesting point to talk, just tell me on the Q&A section. Okay, so I will invite our panelists. Is it all of them here right now, or yeah, all of them? Okay. Okay, now I will invite, let me check my notes. Okay. First, Chun Terech. Okay, you can come here. Hi, Chun. I will introduce, okay, Terech, or I can call him Chun. Chun is a student at one university in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. And as a part of his, here, okay, yeah, you can sit there. Yeah, here, okay. And as a part of his community service, he joined Politicoffee, right? You guys can follow Politicoffee on Twitter and Facebook to know, okay, or somebody already followed. Okay, okay, that's nice. And Politicoffee is an informal youth group who drink coffee, talk politics, and blog opinion at politicoffee.com. Okay, Chun interests are political education, global financing impact, and digital communication. Okay, hello Chun, thank you for being here. Okay, hope you had enough rest. So Chun just arrived last night from Cambodia, guys. Yeah, and this is the first time be in Indonesia and in Jakarta. And you are excited to talk with us, right? Okay, okay. And the second one is Putri Mahalima. Yeah. Hello, Mbak Putri. Okay. Yeah, you can sit beside Chun. Okay, Putri Mahalima has been with the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, or AIPA, since 2017. She is currently serving as Deputy Secretary General at the AIPA Secretariat, right? Okay. And the third one is Bencharat Say Chua. Okay. Ben is from Thailand. Hello, Ben. Ben is a lecturer at the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies, Mahidol University, Thailand. Before joining Mahidol University, she worked with non-governmental organizations in the country and still keeps her engagement with grassroots social movement. Okay, Ben, you can sit beside Mbak Putri. Okay, and the last one, we call her Hatta. Okay, Hatta got involved in many activities, workshops, and training programs. She also played different roles in youth-related projects for creating positive impact on the local community and the Southeast Asia youth community, such as serving as a secretary at the project for promoting digital well-being and online safety among Asia young people. Okay, Hatta, you can sit beside Ben. Okay. And we will begin our discussion today. So I will remind you about the topic. The topic is about the democracy and accountability to the people. And why we are bringing this topic today, it's because now in Indonesia and also in Southeast Asia, we face so many horizontal conflict, and also like the politician use the populist approach to gain electability. And on the other hand, the voices from marginalized community are still hidden, and they are also vulnerable to being criminalized. And right now, we will know more about what's happening in the Southeast Asia among these issues. Okay, maybe let's begin with June. Okay, you can drink first, it's okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, June, maybe first, can you tell us what Politic Coffee is? And yeah, it's
yeah,
on.
why not?
Yeah, okay.
So first, thank you for inviting me to this summit. So let me introduce myself again. I'm Tirich. Currently, I'm a student from Cambodia. You know, as part of my community service, I take part in Politic Coffee. So what is Politic Coffee? So we are a group of youth working on the volunteer basic. So I can say we are a young, enthusiastic, and tech-savvy Cambodian who love discussion on socio-economic, political development, and democratization in Cambodia and in the region. So we promoting the culture of discussion, debate, and challenge on a certain topic, policy, an idea, yes. We do this to cultivate or to create a sense of national interest, open-mindedness, and solidarity among our member and our fellow participants. So on the daily basis, we host weekly discussion, yes.
Okay, okay. So Political Coffee is we can say it as a discussion forum in Cambodia. And is there many forum like this in Cambodia, or Political Coffee is just like the pioneer of it?
I would say we are unique since there is no much political discussion. There are many discussions on education, on technology, on entrepreneurship. But when it comes to political discussion, when we talk about political party, we talk about head of state, we talk about the government, we talk about their policy implementation, their decision. There is very little to no discussion, yeah.
So like in Political Coffee, you give the critical perspective about the policy, or?
Basically, we organize a forum on we use informality. We invite a speaker, diplomat, government officer, sometimes a civil society leader to join our discussion, where young people from diverse background, they can be students, they can be young activists, they can be the government officer come and join us, and we discuss in a fair and balanced environment where diverse idea, information can be expressed freely, yeah, without any fear, yeah.
Okay, and like this has been going on for how long?
Oh, that's quite long. Actually, Politic Coffee, we found it in 2011.
Wow,
yeah, so it's
that's
around
yeah.
10 years already. But I'm the fifth generation core member. So I joined Priority Coffee in, I think, mid 2022. So it should be more than 1 year as a core member, and I have contributed to more than, I would say, 20 political discussion in the capital city of Cambodia, Phnom Penh. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's about the Political Coffee in Cambodia, and we also want to hear like what youth organization going in other country. Maybe Hatta can talk. And for the audience, you can take a picture of 4 of us, from me and Ben, but please do not take a picture or video of Hatta, okay? So yeah, thank you for your understanding. Okay, okay, Hatta, maybe you can explain about what is going on in your country. Okay. Oh.
Yeah. As you know, like since February 2021, we have been facing a complex situation because of the military coup. But I would like to, right here, I would like to dig a bit about the beginning of the political crisis. In 2020, February 2021, the military called the Tamara state a coup and seized the power from the civilian government and claiming the electoral fraud in the November 2020 election. And also this led to the widespread protests and protests, but there were also the violent crackdown by the military. And it has been cemented that people went to the streets and protest for showing their willingness to go against the military coup because they vote, especially the young people. The millions of young people vote the government have been won in the election in November. So they were very furious about that accusation, and the young people started the protest on the street. But and also during that time, like soft powers and the hard powers are two important concepts in during this democracy moment, because some young people believe in the soft power, so they advocate much more using the soft power approach. For example, like raising the fan for during the social media campaign, and also support to those who are fighting in the front row using their soft power. But after there were frequent internet shutdowns and internet disruption happened in the 2021, some of the young people are changing their approach into using the hard power because of the violent crackdown, and the military killed their friends in front of their eyes. And that's why some young people are detained and tortured during when the military detain them and arrest them. So they couldn't stand for such kinds of the situation. So they believe that they have to change their approach and they have to fight back using the hard power approach, like an revolutionary movement or something like this. At this moment, our space in Myanmar for the young people, there are the frequent digital device charges on the street whenever the military council and the security force are on their ways or something like that. So it's not very easy. The reason why they check their phone is that once they found something like the picture that they were protesting during the February or something like that, they were arrest that person without no reminder or notice. They are holding such kinds of the power to oppress over the young people. But and in addition to that, in the capital city, we also suffers insecurity because of the people-to-people connection, and also the assaultation. For example, like one of my friends has been accused of has been accused that he or she was involved in and he supporting to the people defense force without having any evidence. And someone report about her to the security force, but in reality, there is no proof or evidence, but she got arrested. That is the thing that is happening, and it is very easy to put someone into the jail using the power of the money, because they paid their money to the security force. So they create the drama for that person and arrest. So that is the thing, ensuring that we have no injustice and we are failing the pillar for the legislation and also administration, because even the count extra money to those who has been arrested, and even especially to the political prisoner, they have no right to meet with the family because they are the political prisoners, and even though they have been they has become the political prisoner because of the accusation. So that is the thing what is happening, and that is showing that we have no safe space at all in the physical sphere. How about in the digital sphere? How about in our digital space? Everything is tracking over our social media. Once one of another friend share a post about the People Defense Force for because People Defense Force is kind of like the revolutionary end force created by the young people, and young people trying that force for fighting against the military, Myanmar military. So she was accused. It's not kind of like accused. She was reported by someone that she know. She just shared a post with friend only private setting on her social media account, but someone report about her to the military propaganda channels. So even though she is living abroad, she have been faced the threaten to her family, have a threaten to her family as well. So she have to crack over that case, and she have to try to solve that case with the power of the money as well. That is what is happening in Myanmar at this moment.
Okay, that's extremely uneasy situation there. And I really, before we move on to next question, I want to know that is there any differences in the youth resistance in Myanmar? Like, is today's situation is worse than before, or is there a changing in the environment when you try to advocate like the digital security among youth and something? But please, you can talk maybe louder and more slow because our interpreter cannot hear clearly. Thank you.
Okay. At this moment, it is very difficult to protest on the street because in terms of the physical space and the digital space, we are under the surveillance of the military council because they have been they have been tracking over the phone of the activists information. So the activists are getting concerns about their security because of the software that install, and even the internet service provider under their control. I can say that they can easily get the information about the activists. So the resilience on the digital space, showing exploding the activists information is very dangerous and risky for him or her at this moment. Everything is under tracking. Very recently, there was a case happened that one of the singer from Myanmar asked about the electricity audition, complained to the military council about that case, and he also called out the military council, if you want to arrest me, come to my house and arrest, something like this. He live streamed on the Facebook, so he got arrested. And after 3 months ago, he was in jail and he was sentenced for the 20 years. So that is the case. and we are losing the freedom of expression. And so it's very difficult to sharing themselves on the social media. But behind the scene, there are lots of the young people are trying to amplify about the Myanmar case. But we really need the support of the young people from the ASEAN region as well as the Asia Pacific and the global community for better understanding about our situation and also for paying respect to our privacy and security information whenever we go out and amplify about the Myanmar situation.
Okay, I will continue to Ben, like after hearing the perspective from Chun and Hatta and what we face like in Myanmar and in Thailand, in Cambodia, I mean, how do you think like what kind of democracy that we live in now? Okay.
Oh. A little bit change from the question that we prepared. Yeah, what kind of democracy that we live in? I think the Myanmar case might be the, can I say, the extreme case that they just experienced in the last 2 years in the region. But other countries in the region are not far behind. Although we may not face direct repressive, that the similar violence that people in Myanmar are now experiencing. But countries like Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia and Philippines to a certain extent, and not to mention Laos and Vietnam, where they may not have freedom of expression at all. So we are living in this situation where democratic principles are not respected. People's rights and freedom of expression are not respected. We hear people who try to come out and claim for their rights got arrested, got killed, arrested, harassed, intimidated from around the region. So that's the common, the shared experiences we are facing today in the region.
Okay, and like we are now living in the fastest era of technology, and how do you think this can help actually, or maybe there's things that we need to do? Yeah.
I think although we are living in the digital technology era, but the way I think it helps in a way to disseminate the information and the news about another countries. As we heard earlier, that we need international support, international solidarity in order to build and campaign for a democratic region. And this is not about one country alone. It's something that we have to work together. Today, we hear about what's happening in Myanmar. I know for sure that what we hear in the news are only like small part of the atrocities that are happening there. But that's how the internet, the digital technology are now facilitating our knowledge, our information. And I hope that we use that to strengthen our movement to support each other.
Okay, and to Mbak Putri, yeah. Okay, after hearing all of this, and you in AIPA has met many parties, experts, academics, corporate representative, and also government. Do you mind telling us about the dynamic between these parties in relation to democracy?
Thank you. If I may introduce perhaps my organization
Yes,
first.
sure, yeah.
AIPA is an intergovernmental organization, consists of 10 members, 10 parliament members of ASEAN member states. So we work with the institutions, with your parliament, also with your parliamentarians. We also have 23 observer parliaments across the globe. So the aims is to foster cooperation, dialogues among parliaments of ASEAN member states, but also beyond. So from my perspective, from our perspective as an entity under ASEAN Charter, I think what first and foremost, I think it's important to acknowledge the diversity of political systems, culture, and also the demographic situation between among ASEAN member states. That's number one. But to my observation, the dynamics between the actors that you mentioned, the parliamentarians, government officials, businesses, and also experts, and I think youth also included there. Like for instance, having a parliament itself is already an integral part of a democratic system. I think we agree on that. And all ASEAN member states have parliaments, except for Myanmar. It was dissolved in 2021, but I believe that but I think you know that you also have a CRPH, the Committee Representative of Pitang Suhutau. It's a self-proclaimed as a civilian parliament. So so having the parliament itself, it's already a part of a democratic system. So I would say parliamentarians, I think everyone knows they have their function, the parliamentary function, enacting laws, budgeting, and also oversight. I think it's important to work to create synergy among all actors with the businesses, because like for example, experts, youth, they can provide perspective, their unique perspective, and help the governments, help the parliaments to create, I would say, an evidence-based policy that uphold rule of laws. Yeah, so I think that's the dynamics that I observe. What I find is lacking in this region is more synergy among all those actors, when actually each of them they play their own critical role in creating a democracy in the region. Because democracy, I believe everyone agree that it's not something that only one particular actor or sector can achieve. It requires a synergy among everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, Chun. I want to hear your opinion about the current situation of democracy, especially in your country, in Cambodia. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you again for your question. Okay, so I'm gonna try to answer your question based on my personal opinion. Yeah, but I think it's good to understand what is democratic value. So I have note down some value here. The first one is pluralism, inclusion, non-discrimination, transparency, and accountability. So this generally recognize as the value of democracy. So I may ask myself, can I see this value there in my country or in other country? Yeah. So keep this one in mind. Next, I think it's better to talk about something that can be verified. It's based on the report. So I'm gonna mention a report on democracy in 2023. So I learned that only 38% of the world population at the global level, those 38% of population are living in democratic country as of 2022. This means that around 72% of the world population, or 5.9 billion people, are living in a so-called democratic or autocratic country. So if we look at the democratic situation, in 2022, the situation is the same as democratic situation in 1986. This is at the global level. So it's the same in compare between 2022 and 1986. And if we look at ASEAN Pacific region, if we compare 2022 situation, we have to mention the democratic situation in 1978. So this year have the same democratic situation, according to the report. Yeah. So we can talk about the dimension of democracy. Let's go with freedom of expression, media, civil society organization. I think everyone here, a lot come from CSO sector. Is that true? How many of you are from civil society organization? Okay. How about media?
Okay. Me. Okay.
Okay. And who is the member of political party? Anyone here? Over there?
No, okay. Just waving, maybe. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we talk about election, we talk about economic freedom, we talk about human rights. Yes, all of the aspects that we can access in order to determine how democratic situation is doing. So I want to also highlight the type of democratic or situation. So it's better to understand, like to better understand the situation of democracy, we should study the idea or the system of liberal democracy, electoral democracy, electoral autocracy, and closed autocracy. So if we understand this four main concept or system, and then we apply and or we access our own current country situation, I think it will, give you a good answer of how democratic situation in particular country looks like. Yes, and I'm glad to learn that in Indonesia is considered as electoral democracy, which is a great category. But in Cambodia, the report highlights that Cambodia is an autocratic democracy. Sorry, not autocratic democracy. It's electoral autocracy, which means we have election. Yeah, we have a general election, communal election happen in 2022, and national election in 2023. The ruling party, again, still in the power, around 40 years or more. The member of parliament there, we got two parties. The first party have 120 seats out of 120. So they can do whatever they want in terms of like the decision they can make. Yeah. The media space, to me, there is only two independent media in Cambodia now. Civil society organization, it's kind of, we got like repressed it. Yes, the repression of civil society organization. They may take some legal action, financial constraint, and many more from them. Yeah. Okay. So I think that is the general observation of political situation, democratic situation, and yes, thank you.
Okay, and with political fee, you try to make this kind of discussion inside when you have the gathering of the community, or?
We kind of low profile political discussion in the capital city. Generally, our participants are university students, young activists. Sometimes are the old generation as well, who have inside knowledge or story to tell us. But what makes us unique is that every forum we have a diverse idea, both positive and negative, both from some ideas support the government, some ideas support something different. Yeah, so that's why every discussion we have a very good result in terms of diversity of idea, participant, And actually, we have observed some results as well. Some of our members, they actually become active and potential. They work at international organization. They got scholarship to pursue their master degree in Australia, in United States. Yes, some member, if I'm not wrong, now he become a minister who used to participate in our discussion back in 2016. Yeah, some become a government officer. Some play a big role in civil society, and they become scholar and more. Yeah.
And they keep like on your side and like advocating the youth.
You know, people change from time to time. We may experience at some point the only thing that we can see that is different is that the youth we used to work with each other, so we kind of better understand how our working style, our true commitment or intention is. So we can better understand even we are in the opposition party, in the government, or working in CSO sector.
Okay.
If I may have
Yes.
questions for Chan and also for Hatta. I'm sorry, I'm not a moderator, but
It's okay, it's okay.
I just want to learn more about the situation in both countries.
Yeah.
Are you, I mean, as the Politic Coffee, right? The Politic Coffee as a youth organization, I would say, have any interactions or communication or dialogue, whatever, formally or informally, with your parliamentarians? That's for you. And for Hatta, perhaps you can also share, because I mentioned about CRPH earlier, the self-proclaimed civilian parliament, because the Pitaung Suhutau practically is dissolved. Do you also have the youth in Myanmar, do they also have an interaction or communication or any dialogue that you build with the CRPH as a, they claim as a representative of the peoples? Thank you.
Maybe Hatta can go first. Yeah.
Yeah, because in the beginning of their establishment, they called the youth organization to prepare, to be involved in the dialogue about their plans or some kinds of activities. Even we also have the young people who has become the minister for the civilian government side, which is also known as the shadow government. As far as I know, that young people are also engaging with them as well as anonymously, because it's very risky for them to engage in the public. So I can say that they are the engagement with them, and also trying to advocate about the democracy, and also provides some support to the youth community in terms of, for example, like providing, implementing some program or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting question, and I would say yes. At Politic Coffee weekly discussion, we used to invite a wide range of government officers. Some of them currently serve as the minister attached to the Prime Minister. We used to invite the spokesperson of the ruling party. We used to invite the spokesperson of the government. Yes. Also the leader from the opposition party. He used to serve in the parliament for 4 mandates, and he joined us as well, but currently he's not. So I would say, in response to you, yes, we are neutral. Our place is safe for everyone, from the opposition, from the ruling, expert, scholar. Everyone are welcome in a fair and balanced discussion environment.
Okay, I would like to go to Ben. In your opinion, what should the community, including young people, do in anticipating the situation where states tend to withdraw from providing public services?
Thank you. Now we move from the discussion about freedom of expression and civil and political rights to the situation where in the region, not only in the region, actually around the world, many states are now reducing their role in providing public services to the society. And that could be, and I think that also linked to our discussion earlier, before I answer your question, that linked to the question we discussed earlier about democracy. I would like to add another element of values when we discuss about democracy. It's not only about the parliament or the social values that Chuan mentioned, but I think we also need to emphasize the principle of equality, which seems to be a very, very basic principle when we talk about democracy. Because I think democracy is a system of government that based on the recognition of people as equal in dignity and human rights, and therefore they should have equal political rights to begin with before they become like enter into politics, for example. So the issue we are facing in our region in particular is on who is counted as citizen, who should have equal rights and equal access to the political process, and which would then enable them to make their voices heard and negotiate for their fair and just services from the state. And I think since our discussion since yesterday, we already identified some group of the people here in Indonesia and in our region who are not recognized as equal citizens, and therefore they do not get access to many of the public services. Since yesterday, we talked about indigenous people, people with disability, LGBT, and we can list, the list can go on. So what we can do in the situation where the state is limiting its role from providing public services, and also do not provide like open space where people can interact or can participate in policy making. I think there are two sides of two issues that I like to address. One is if we focus on public services, especially with the experience that we have seen during the pandemic. I think one answer where people tend to give to you is, okay, you have to organize a self-help group, you have to support each other, you have to go back to your community. That may be true to a certain extent, but I think that kind of solution to the situation is a bit tricky because it tends to release the state from its obligation to provide welfare and public services to the people. Again, we discussed since yesterday about institutional or structural issues, and we have to make sure that this kind of discussion is discussed at the institutional level, not as individual responsibility. In Thailand, we have the discourse or the narrative of self-sufficiency, which is a policy promoted by the state. And in self-sufficiency policy, it means you have to take care of yourself, you grow the vegetable for your own use. But what's about the role, the responsibility of the state to ensure food security, to ensure access to land rights, to ensure that people have water and hospital and healthcare and education? I think this we have to be very careful when we talk about the solution to this kind of situation. Another aspect of the solution, but that the community and the youth can do is, I think that this is what we have been discussing now, that we have to keep asserting our rights. We have to keep claiming our rights and communicate to the public that this is just basic human rights that should be guaranteed by the state and should be supported by the public. And that is not an easy task, as we have heard also in many occasions in this forum. But with our people's demand, with our people's claim, making it would be difficult to make sure that the state is accountable and fulfill their roles in providing these public services.
Okay, thank you, Ben. To Mbak Putri, the next question is, what is your opinion regarding the function of parliamentarian to protect democracy in the region?
My previous answer already answered the ideally, in an ideal situation, if parliaments really perform their functions, I think that's how they safeguard the democracy. But I just want to echo and agree what Professor Ben said earlier. It is also important to have this kind of discussion in the institutional level. I think that's what IPA as an intergovernmental organization is trying to do. Professor Ben also mentioned about equality. So just to share with you, IPA is currently promoting women's political participation in ASEAN. Where the approach is not only to have more women sitting in parliaments, but also to ensure that their participation in parliaments is meaningful. And also not only addressing the issue of, like, for example, the gender quotas, but also to addressing the challenges or the barriers that coming from the political parties. So I think, like Professor Ben said, the discussion needs to be also discussed in the institutional level. Ensure that they are aware with the challenges, with the barriers, with all the problems in the grassroots, and ensure that they really address the challenges and the problems. So so that's what IPA is trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna go back to Hatta. Hatta, you can tell us what kind of support do Myanmar friends need from young people and ASEAN member states?
I might say like the support like AYF.
Hatta, maybe you can speak louder. So
Okay.
sorry.
For example, like if everyone would like to be would like us to include in the dialogue, and also like activity, we need the support like kind of like respecting our privacy information, and also flexible kind of the travel support to the events. And in addition to that, we were especially in the border of the Myanmar and the Thai, and also border of the Bangladesh and Rakhine. We urgently need the humanitarian support and aid from the international organization. As a priority rather than, I know the war is under the crisis, and also the biggest case like Israel-Palestine and Ukraine-Russia cases are also the top priority list to solve from the international organization. But so far, the country like Myanmar and Afghanistan are also needing to be the priority list to receive the support of the humanitarian aids, because millions of people are also flee from their home, and also they has become the refugee in the border. That is the thing that I would like to ask for the support from the international organization. From the government side, like Thailand government, Thai governments, and the India government and the Bangladesh government, the China, of course, China have some kinds of power to influence over the military council. So we also need the support, like the for the Thailand government. We need the support for a lot the refugee to study in Thailand. Because very recently there was a case that they have been banned the young people and kids to study in Thailand. Even though the school accepted them, the government banned them, and even the Thai government sued the head of the school because they allowed them to study in their school. That was a recent case. So we also need such the support from the neighboring government in whatever way, like adopting the policy, specific policy for the refugee from Myanmar who are suffering loss of the things. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Hatta. Okay, so humanitarian support and support from the neighboring countries is urgently needed for young people in Myanmar. Okay, now this is the time for Q&A sections. Is anybody here want to ask questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, hello.
Maybe I'll just stand here.
Yeah.
All right. Very good afternoon. My name is Ricardo. I would like to ask a question to representative from IPA. You talk about your organization dealing with the national parliament in ASEAN member states. I would like to understand how inclusivity looks like in your organization, and what are the sort of strategies and mechanism that your organization or your institution have in order to ensure inclusive and non-tokenistic participation from young people, especially dealing with the national government in ASEAN member state context.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo. Okay, about inclusivity and the strategy, right? Okay.
That's quite a heavy question. So, but thank you for the question. First, talking about inclusivity within, in the mechanism of IPA as an organization. Of course, there are areas to improve, but if I may share how we ensure that as much as parties that we can involve to the process of IPA, like for example, when we have, let's say, an event or seminar, conferences, workshops, we also invite CSOs, representative from CSOs, representative from ASEAN governments, to ensure that the perspectives from all sectors are represented in that particular issue. Also, but when we're talking about youth, to be very honest, youth in IPA is I don't want to say it's a new element, but we started to focus on youth just in the past 5 years. So initiated by Vietnam, 2020, we developed or we established a young parliamentarians of IPA, or what we call YPA. And it's just this year, it's transformed into a standing committee. And we also started to always include youth in our events. As for example, I mentioned about the women's political participation. When we invite the parliamentarians to join, we mention clearly in our invitation that we want youth within their delegation. So that's how we ensure that youth voices is also represented, voiced up at the regional level. We also have several programs involving youth. As for example, we have what we call Model IPA. It's like a simulation in a UN model, giving awareness of how decision-making process is done at the regional level, especially in the in the parliamentary organization. It's not only a simulation, but we also usually there will be like a discussion. We involve representative from ASEAN, representative from CSOs as well. Last time we discussed about you know, the non-interference in ASEAN, right? So last time we also raised the issue of whether non-interference is a good or should we also adopt non-indifference like in the African Union, for example, that kind of thing, that kind of issue where we engage youth to the discussion at the regional level. So, but we of course we also want to hear from the youth, from you all youth, what do you expect us as the interparliamentary organization in ASEAN, how to engage more youth in the regional level. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Do you have any follow-up questions, Ricardo, or that's okay? Yeah? Yeah, you may. We still have time.
Right, so what I understand is that one of the mechanism from your institution is ASEAN Youth, that one. But to what extent or how do you ensure that this initiative is not filling the quota and is not tokenistic, and how this can play in national context within Southeast Asia countries?
Thank you. As I mentioned, this is quite new. YPA is the youngest standing committee within IPA. So they just become standing committee this year. And this is why we just celebrated, IPA just celebrated our 46th anniversary, and we adopt the issue of youth as our theme this year. Because we want to hear more from you, from the youth, how, like you said, we don't want to have these young parliamentarians just as a young parliamentarians, but also have a meaningful contribution to the youth development in the region. I think I have my colleagues here, Raina and Anya. They are youth. They're just 22 and 23 years old. They are the one who are responsible for the youth program. If they can share something, you can share your thoughts or anything or any ideas that you can share to Raina and Anya at the back. Say with your hands. That would be awesome because we are currently developing you. I mean, you raised the question at the very right time because we are currently developing the programs for our youth and also for the youth, for the young parliamentarians of IPA. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can talk with the IPA team later. Okay, another, maybe Joel has the mic. Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you very much. No, thank you for asking that question because I think the first thing that we need to really make, unfortunately, is to make people feel uncomfortable of the situation because that's the only time that they get to really reflect that, okay, we might be doing things more on a tokenistic manner. And I think amongst young people, if you have a token, then you need to make sure that you use that token not to only play, but to make sure that that token actually is meaningful. No, as someone who has worked with ASEAN, definitely they look down on young people and they see us mainly as I was used to be seen as someone who would just provide them with a space, like what you said, like a quota filler. But I think to just also give some advice to organizations, I think there's ABC. First is access. Access to spaces, not like this, because this is mainly driven by young people, but to give access to young people to decision making, to making sure that they are part of designing any kind of policies or any kind of programs. I think the second one is being able to redesign, to restructure the language that you use. The word just, 23. The word, So these things have to be changed in our culture to ensure that we see young people from eye to eye. And of course, C is capacity building. And capacity building is to ensure that they are put in places that are not only for young people, but are taken even by adults. And to make sure that there is mentorship with them, because again, intergenerational collaboration is key to making sure that young people are contributing efficiently to the work. So again, tokenism is a culture in government and civil society, but it's also an opportunity now for young people to make sure that that token is used very well and is representative of the people who cannot access these spaces. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Is there any other who wants to ask questions? Yeah? Please.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
I'm Revian from 2030 Force Indonesia. So I have two questions here. The first one is for our beloved adult panelists. So we acknowledge that youth have these challenges where they are stigmatized, discriminated when they want to, express their feelings, express their concerns regarding the democracy problem, and etc. And it also happens in Indonesia. So I would like to know your perspective as an adult, based on your experience. How could adult actually, what makes them, convince? So they actually want to not only including youth, but meaningfully including youth to be able to collaborate with adult, achieving the greater goals and etc. And the second one is about tokenism. It's also a big challenges in here, also in what my organizations face. So my question is how, based on your experience, how you actually, measure how meaningful youth participation that collaborating probably are included in your programs, how you quantify their meaningful participation based on that concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oliver. So the first question is, you got all the questions or? Okay, maybe Ben? Okay, maybe Oliver, maybe you can give the context, because the adults here ask for the definition of youth and adults. Maybe is there any wider context or?
Someone who over 30 years old.
Oh, okay. Based on age. Okay. The first question is for all panelists or? The first and the second is for the adults. Okay. Okay, the first one. Thank you. Okay, the first questions for adults.
Perhaps first we can seek your confirmation about the question. Yeah, is it about you want to know how, from our point of view, how to meaningfully involve or include youth in the interaction with adults, especially with the decision makers? Is that what you? Is that your question? Convince the you mean the adults to have interactions with the youth? Is that okay? That's a good question. I think, I don't know, from the perspective of IPA, we don't really have that kind of challenge to include youth in the discussion with adults. I feel old, to be very honest. Because as mentioned earlier, I think I don't really have the numbers. I have the numbers of women parliamentarians in the region, but I don't really have the numbers of youth parliamentarians. But I believe I think it's more or less 35%. Having this youth in the parliament itself, I think that's already, even though we need more, but it's already a progress, meaning that they can convince the adults in their political parties to involve them to sit in the parliaments and represent the voice of youth. Yeah, as I mentioned, in IPA, Joel mentioned about access. I think it's something that I think IPA can offer. We can provide access for the youth to have interaction with with parliamentarians. With the adults. Yeah, I don't know whether my explanation answers your question, but again, I don't really see challenge as an organization, as IPA as an organization, to convince our decision makers to have interaction or to engage in a meaningful dialogue with our youth.
Yeah, I'd like to address this question not from like policy making level, which I believe they are now more open for youth participation. But I like to look at this issue from like social values and cultural perspective. And I think this also, I assume that it also applies to almost every country and culture in our region, where the youth are seen as like small kids who don't know, they don't know anything. They're just stubborn. They're just like what they just do whatever they want to do. They don't listen to you. And we have the social norms where the youth, the kids are seen as kids and have to listen to the elders. And I think that's something that we really need to change the discourse, like Joel mentioned earlier, that we need to change the discourse, the terminologies. Even like in university settings, some of my colleagues call the students, university students, as kids, which I never call. I think that even individual relationship, you have to try to change these social norms and interaction to respect them as another human being. And that is not an easy task to change. Although institutional, we got more recognition, but how to change that in the culture and social values, I think that's very important and very difficult. And then your second question, if I get it right, it's about how to measure the meaningful participation, right? I think again that links to my first point on you, and maybe we don't have the concrete or statistic number, but whether what they say, they can really say what they want to say, and people really listen to them and engage in a discussion. It doesn't mean that the youth voice will always be correct, right? But the deliberation and discussion between different groups of people, that is more important, and how can we make sure that that space is open enough for everyone to really share their view and to be listened to. I think that's it's still not a concrete measurement, but I think that would help address the issue of tokenism.
Okay, we still need the youth to answer. Okay, maybe Hatta can answer first. The question is, how do you measure meaningful youth participation?
I'm engaging in the regional level as also at the global level sometimes. But for me, like meaningful participation is to myself like getting involved in the dialogue like this together with the senior people. And also at the high level panel, it is very, I realized that during these years and during this year, they also invited the young people to get involved in the dialogue at the high level panel, where the experts are coming from the government level and also coming from the senior level background. So that was that is very great to see, to invite the young people to have to get involved in such kinds of dialogue, amplifying their voices and representing the youth community to talk about, to address the issue related to which are happening in their community. That is very meaningful. And in terms of the policy level, it is very difficult to include the young people because, for example, like every country have their constitution. So to be the parliament, to be part of the party or something like that, they are always having the age limitation for the young people. So, but so far, there was a case in Myanmar. We have developed the youth policy. Most of the people who are getting involved in developing that policies are the young people. So it was kind of like meaningful, and we even define what is a youth in the local community, and also we also drafted the policy document as a youth policy. Even the government supported. It was before 2021. So right now it's very difficult for us to get involved in such kinds of policy making, and even we don't have the parliament at this moment. So.
Okay, thank you, Hatta. And Chun, maybe you can answer. How do you measure meaningful youth participation?
Okay. So after a political discussion forum, we think any discussion that is meaningful, it is verifiable or based on the definition. So any discussion point, any argument, is it verifiable or not? Is it based on the definition? Then we should further discuss, debate and challenge each other. In terms of how to engage youth in policy planning, implementation, monitoring, or engage youth in the decision-making process. To me, I may have a different perspective. If youth want to make decision or take part in the decision-making, they need to compete for that. If they want to do it at the national level, they need to be a politician, join a political party, run for an election, and then you become a young member of parliament, and then you can take part in the decision-making process. Yes, and if you want to influence international organization, of course you can meet decision maker in those organizations, but at the end of the day, they will decide on their own what they think is suitable for their organization. And also we see a lot of commitment to engage youth. Let's say currently, if I'm not wrong, there is a youth dialogue platform by EU, European Union to ASEAN. So they create that. I think we all can apply is via a youth organization. The deadline is by the end of this month. So they said they create a space for youth to discuss. A space for dialogue, for consultation. They want to create a community, 500 youth organizations together. Also, they want to engage them in monitoring and implementation of the European Union external policy. To me, maybe that's a good initiative, but perhaps maybe it's the way to convince that they are doing or they are working with youth. For the result, the actual result, I hardly find it. Let's say the EU ambassador to Cambodia. Some diplomats and stuff like that. They at the end of the day have very little impact on the situation of a particular country. They still engage with dictatorship. They still engage with those who, the investigation find that they are corrupt. They are break the rule, the law, and more, So, in short, in terms of discussion, to me, I think something that is verifiable or based on definition, that is a meaningful discussion, meaningful youth participation. I would say at the youth organization level, yes, we all are youth, so we do something, help our generation. And we will be the older generation in the next 10 or 20 years. And then we do our work as the old generation. And the next generation, the youth, the next generation will do their own work as well. So that's all I can say now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I hope that's answer your questions, Oliver. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other questions? We still have much time, Anyone? No? Any other questions? Okay, if not, I still, okay. Which one? Hello.
Okay, thank you for the change to asking something. I'm Rima from Indonesia. Regarding to Mr. Chun said that join the election and then win and then being the parliament. Short story. Previously, I was one of the candidates to take part in the election. Unfortunately, my name was removed because I don't have money to political campaign, right? This is what really happened, right? Even though I actively campaign with no money politics campaign. But the fact is that is still not acceptable because political campaign funds are still considered effective for distributing basic necessities, right? So sometimes I think being a politic, it's not good. But even we try to be a part of them, we try to join the election, or we try to have a change to join the parliament, we cannot have a good change, right? So this is what really happened in Indonesia. We need money to join the election. No money, no election. Even if I think I have a value, I have a competencies to be the one of the parliament. But I don't have money, so I don't have a change. So the question is, what is your opinion about this? Because political activities is closely related to pragmatism or nepotism activities. So, and as a youth, what is the best way for you to do about it? Because I already try, and it's not about other story. It's my self story that my name is already registered, but they remove because the election maybe if we counting for now, it's only for 3 months because in Indonesia the election in February 2024. Yeah. Can anyone help me to translate? Jadi, singkat ceritanya, nama aku itu dihapus pada saat akan DCS. DCS itu daftar calon sementara. Karena kalau sudah daftar calon tetap, namanya sudah di list. Tapi nama aku itu sebelumnya sudah terdaftar di KPU dan dapat nomor untuk election. Aku dapat nomor 5, tapi ya karena ada pragmatisme atau nepotisme, nama aku dihapus gitu. Alasannya, karena aku tidak mempunyai kos politik, jadi kayak gitu. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. In Cambodia, we rarely see young female politician. So it's oh, why not? You can do so. You can watch the YouTube as well. I think it's there. It's already there. I recently watched a movie on Netflix we call Queen Maker. The Queen Maker. You may go there. Yeah, it's a Korean movie. Yes, the Queen Maker or Kind of House. You can see some good. I just recommend you all here. But I learned that they said money, manpower, and star quality are the three core value of successful politician. So money, yes, you may need to, I think, build up your connection with those who have money. To support your policy, to support the party that you stand for. I think that's the way to do so. And yes, politics is costly. It's not wrong. In Cambodia, to win an election, even there is no opposition party. In Cambodia, what we call Cambodia People Party, they just spend million of USD for national campaign. So yes, to win the election. And there is no money limitation for that as well. So those who have money, has a lot of public. But election is not all about the money. It's not wrong. We may need a certain level of money to win the election, but not just enough money for the campaign. Let's do with that. But just enough to what extent, I don't know as well. It may different from one country to another country. Yeah. So the second thing is the manpower. I think how your team, how your campaign team. Let's say you go for the commune election. Then you may, one who are well known in the commune. You have your campaign team, who is well structured, have capability and enough network to support you as a candidate of the commune. Yes, and if you go at the national level, then you may need to have several or sub campaign team as well. Let's may go with. I think if you keep, stand in the next election and the next election, the next election you already stand. I wish you all the best. Let's see who here please support her as well. Let me. Okay. I think that's all I can say. I hope it's give you some information. Maybe other panelists here would like to say something.
Yeah, sure.
I would say that it happens everywhere. I did my fellowship in the United States. I was very surprised when I found out that so I did my fellowship with a state representative in the state of Illinois, and I was so surprised when I found out that the political desk officer, the main responsibility is fundraising. So it's all about fundraising. When we talk about politics in the United States, it's all about fundraising. Because yes, politics is costly. But what I also did my fellowship in an organization in the United States. It's like a woman political academy where they prepare the women who wants to run for election for public positions. But the academy really offers a very comprehensive curriculum, including fundraising. So they teach the candidates how to raise funding to fund their campaign. It's very interesting. But of course, it's very different how the politics is done in the United States and also how the politics is done in Indonesia. But I don't know. Perhaps it can also just to give you another perspective. But I'm a person who also believe with connection with the network. Perhaps just to give you a tip, please don't record this. I think connection, networking is also very important. If you have a very good connection with the political leaders, for example, that I believe that will help you a lot, even though that your money is not that big compared to other candidates. I don't know. That's just my personal point of view. Okay.
Okay, Ben.
Just to add to that, in the recent election in Thailand, there are a number of youth activists join the political parties, and I think that's through what you call connection, through their affiliation with the progressive political parties, then they can run for election. In the latest election, we had many former political activists, youth political activists, who won the seats in the parliament. Although they are now opposition parties, but at least they can get inside the system and can work and provide connection between the parliamentarian and the civil society and political activists outside. So maybe it may be difficult to run as an independent candidate, but if you can find the political parties that you share, if not all, but share some ideology with, maybe that's the way to go.
Sure, Hatta.
I would like to add something like a reminder. When you're finding the vendor for supporting you, that vendor should be the same goal that you would like to go. That is important. Whenever politics is complicated, of course, and sometimes the person who have money might approach the politician for gaining their benefit. There should be the win-win situation, of course, but that should be the to be for having a positive purpose. That is one thing I would like to add it on to do the answer. And another thing is I would like to recommend you to watch the drama, which is also the Korean drama. The drama name is Assemblyman. The plot is kind of like a man who don't know about the politics have to enter into the politics because someone gave the money to him and he has become the assemblyman, kind of like that. So you might probably watch that movie. But his idea and his intention is very clear. He is a leader of the blue-collar worker, but he has become the assemblyman, so his intention is simple for contributing to the community. But when there are complicated things happen to him, there are lots of drama happen to him. So you might probably watch. I would like to recommend you to watch that drama. Yeah, and also it also include about the social media campaign and how they how they run the social media campaign, and you might probably get some idea how you have to approach to those who have the money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is it clear enough or? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you for the answer. For the youth in Indonesia especially, joining the election is too far. But I'm agree with Ms. Putri that we need to have a connection. And joining the political party, it's not too bad because we can use the privilege. Just like me, after joining the political party, I borrowed the building and free snack to make youth forums or business forums. Sponsorship from the political party to use the public, actually that is public privilege, but no lot of people know about it. So maybe to all of you, not being a politics, just gain the networking and connectivity. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have any other person who want to ask? Yeah? Yeah, please. With the blue shirt.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone. My name is Ayel. Actually, this question is come from the question from my friends because he asking about the measurement of youth engagement, the youth participation indicator. So through that question, actually, I also have the same question because when we talk about the youth participation indicator, especially in democratic situation, it's actually really difficult for us to see the indicators because, for example, in Indonesia, the parliament in 2019 to 2024, there are approximately 22% young people under 40 in the parliament. But through that number, actually there is no any significant things that they can do for young people issues in Indonesia. We never see any the policies that really benefit for young people. For example, we talk about in the morning. We'll talk about the young people or adolescents that cannot get the information of SRHR because now in the new penal code number 408 articles. So we as a peers, as activists, cannot give them access for SRHR because there's only people who have authorities to give them information and SRHR's issues. So actually this is the reflection of the situation where the young people in it is in the parliament. So I don't think that, but what's your opinion and also your comments on these issues? Because sometimes we are talking about the young people engagement. Now we can see the young people under 35 now become the candidate of the vice president in Indonesia, right? We just got the information like a few days ago. So that's not the reflection of where the young people have a strong strong enough power. It's just because of the oligarch there. So that's not reflect our movement. Yeah, actually that's a reflection actually too. And also I also want to invite everyone to also give the comment on this because sometimes we also have to see which young people are represented there. Because when we'll talk about, for example, last year we have G20, we have Y20 event. So all of the committees come from the parties like Gerindra and everything. So I never see like Kanzafina there, my friends there that always give the voice in the grassroots from the street and everything. So I think we also have to see that issues to check which young people are included in the democracy. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very interesting. So the young who is, yeah, of course, Chun. Yeah, please. Please.
Okay. Thank you. When it comes to democracy, we talk about representative, our representative. And also, I also talk about the legitimacy of those representatives. Are they elected by us, by the young people who we have connection? We used to talk to that guy, having discussion and stuff like that. And then during the vote day, we go there and vote for him. And then he got elected, and then he don't talk about our concern, your concern. That may be a problem. Another problem, let's keep the age of the human at somewhere. Let not include 20, 30, but whoever, represent youth voice, you concern, regardless of their age. I think that's how democracy, that I think that is a tool for that democracy provide for everyone, for the youth who, let's say you can represent enough amount of youth that will go to vote for this person, and this person got elected. Even he got elected, he need to go through the process of decision making. Basically, is in Cambodia is 50+1%. Yes, it needs to be a 51% in order to make approval. Yes, so it's not just it's not that easy to bring the voice, the concern of youth into account. But I think the youth lead initiative and others kind of youth activity, or I think it also help youth a lot, because policy implementation it need to be specific to a certain area, and then of course it not include some of the area. And basically, let's say I'm 50-year-old. Basically, I learned a lot about the issues that I have learned in the past and the issue that I learn now. So basically, I try to address the issues that directly link to the old generation. And yes, so I somewhat agree with you, but we should think of the legitimate representative, because the end goal is to solve the problem. Through parliament or through youth lead organization or through other kind of solution, I think it doesn't matter. The end goal is to solve the problem, to make everyone happy, live in a acceptable style. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Yeah.
Not an answer to your question, but a kind of reflection on your reflection. I think we got a number of questions on participation indicators, meaningful participation. But I think that's an issue that we haven't really touched on here. Is we cannot just talk about youth, but we need to ensure the issue of intersectionalities and ensure that marginalized youth are included in this kind of forum. So I like this forum where you have translation for people who hand language translation. You provide Bahasa to English translation. Otherwise, most of the youth participation we are discussing now, especially in the institutional level, right? It would be English. If you want to go to regional or international forum, it's English-speaking youth living in Jakarta. Or not to mention those from family members of someone, right? But now, how can we ensure this? The people not from the privilege group in the society already can have access to the forum. Otherwise, their participation would only limited and represent only the urban city, well, middle class, if not the high class youth only.
Okay, but Putri, do you want to add something?
I agree with you. As for example, in the women participation in politics, mere presence of women in parliament does not automatically translate into stronger attention to the implementation of gender-responsive policies. I think it's also the same with youth. More youth, increased number of youth in the parliament does not necessarily translate the youth needs translated into policies. So it's not only about numbers, it's also about the quality of the representation of youth itself in the politics, in parliaments. I think just to share with you what we haven't done with youth, but what we are currently doing with the women. So we don't address the supply, but we also address the demand. So when we're talking about the demand, is to ensure that when women sit in parliaments, the woman voices or the woman needs are reflected in the policies. So the women in the next election, they will vote for women again. They will elect for women again. So so that's how we do it with what we are doing now. So we are developing a plan of action. Hopefully, it's not. It's those who are familiar with ASEAN. I think you know that the ASEAN, when they develop a document, is very sophisticated. But we don't really do that. What we do is to have a very simplified plan of action, but what we want to do is to implement this plan of action. The plan of action to address both the supply and demand, because just numbers is just numbers, but we also need the increased quality of the representation of youth in the parliaments, in politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Hatta, do you want to add something about the reflections? Yeah.
I think the panelists already cover most of the thing, but regarding the legitimacy, I might probably reflect that we have, as a young person, we need the process for appointing or nominating someone to represent our community. That should be the process, but so far, money is also the power for gaining the legitimacy. I can say that without, especially those young people who are coming from the vulnerable community and also from the grassroots community, it is very difficult for them to get involved. That's why, for that reason, I feel like we have to consider some kinds of the financial support to them to participate or to include them in the panel discussion like that. And also, in terms of in Myanmar, when there was an election happened in November, there was young people. There are some young people enter into the election as well. But when we analyze their background, they came from the privileged background. That is the case always happening, happening to the representatives of the young people who have the power, who have the network, who have the money. So maybe probably we need to figure out together how we can support each other and how we can learn from each other to appoint or nominate the youth representative from our community. But one thing I would like to say is that we should have the process and maybe chapter or something we should develop to apply. We should develop or we should ask to the government to have such kinds of the chapter or consensus or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hatta. Okay, so our time is almost up, and I would like to ask all the panelists for closing statement, and it's about the thing that what things that we can do together to reclaim our rights and our democracy. Yeah, so maybe still need time to think maybe for a while. Okay. Meanwhile, is there any announcement that I need to make? No? Okay. So, Chun, you can answer. So, closing statement like what we need to do to claim our rights and to claim our democracy.
Okay. I may go with this statement. First, I think, yes, again, network. We should build our most trusted network within your local community, also within the ASEAN region. So that's the first one. Second, a regular and meaningful dialogue or discussion on, common issues. Yeah, it should be happen in a weekly or monthly or quarterly basis to address the share of, so we have the discussion in order to find a share solution to the challenge that face all the stakeholders. That I think is another important thing. And also the last one is to try to monitor each other, try to understand what happened in Myanmar, what happened in Indonesia, what happened in Cambodia, so that we can all share each other what we can do, what we can support, which is I think we all here can do this. I think we have been doing and I keep doing that. Yes, so that's what I can say. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Putri.
I don't really prepare a closing statement, to be very honest, but perhaps first, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. For youth, I just have one message, perhaps. Don't avoid politics. Perhaps it's something that you think, oh, it's dirty, it's something like this, it's something like that, very negative. But if you want to change the policy, the situation that you think it's not yet ideal from your point of view, then I think politics is one of the way or the avenue that you can voice out your concerns. So build your connection. Network is very important. We talk about money politics, but I believe that network is number one, and then perhaps after that comes money. No, ideology is of course is number one, and network is sorry. That's my message, and build also your access. IPA as an interparliamentary organization, we're very open with any suggestions or any ideas come from youth, because for our youth program. So I think that's not really a closing statement. That's just a message from me. Thank you so much.
I have a couple of issues that to pick on your issue of don't ignore politics. I think that maybe we shared a similar discourse in Thailand that electoral politics is dirty. It's about dirty politics, money politics. and politicians are immoral people that we should not engage with. And I think that's a real threat to democracy because people would go to bypass democratic system for something that may be morally accepted in the society but not very democratic. And I think that's the experiences we are facing in many countries where people just opt for easy solution, either populist leaders or military who seems to have say, morally superior in some society. And that I think that's very dangerous. What we can do as what the youth, okay, not we, what the youth can do, I think that you need to practice. We practice democracy in everyday life. I like one of the questions earlier about how the organization will look at this issue of representative of the youth. We talking about democratic values, listening to each other, opening for different ideas, respecting equality, respecting other people. I think these kind of values that we have to embed in our everyday life and in our organization and then in the society. Beyond that, I think we already discussed this issue that we are not just fighting for our own country and our own society alone. It's all interconnected. The military junta in Myanmar and Thailand, they learn from each other and they are very good friends. And that's why the people also have to unite to fight this struggle, and you cannot fight alone. Yeah.
Thank you. Like the other panelists said, like we are connecting to each other, and also my message would be like, whenever there is an issue, we have to show our empathy, and at least we have to respond to that issue together, but not like ignoring the issue. It doesn't make sense at all in this global war. We are interconnecting, and we also have a mindset for the global citizen. Whenever there is environmental issues or political issue are coming into it is happening in the world. In terms of the democracy, my approach is very clear. I do whatever I can do. I don't consider any kinds of the prominence or dominance. Whenever I have to work behind the scene, I never reject that proposal. I always try my best to get involved in the activities, even behind the scene, even in the front of the people, if the way I can. That is the approach that we can use. Even though there is no space for the young people, we have to advocate to the stakeholder to get that space the way we can. We have potential and we have capacity, but one thing is that we also have to learn from the senior, and of course from the peer-to-peer learning to gain our knowledge and to be the qualified our voices are representing the community. That is the message I would like to give to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you everyone who came to this discussion. Thank you Chun, thank you Mbak Putri, thank you Ben, and thank you Hatta. So okay, if I may conclude what they say in the closing statement, it made summary our discussion today about democracy and accountability. So first, let's do not avoid politics, and let's put the unity, the empathy, and let's aware about that we are all interconnected to one another, and we need to be networking to reclaim our rights. Okay, so thank you. And you can have a chit chat maybe with all the speakers here after this, and see you again. Thank you.
Now that concludes our last session on the Grand ASEAN Town Hall focused on democracy. Thank you so much to our esteemed speakers coming from different organizations and country, and of course, for Joe and Aurelia for moderating our session number 5. Thank you so much. Just a one-sentence key takeaway coming from me, your host. I think everything is political. That's what I got from this last town hall session, that everything is political, even everyone is political, period. That's it. So at this juncture, we shall move on to another coffee break and of course, some post-briefing. Of course, the last discussion was a bit of heavy and a bit of, some information were pointed out by the speaker. So it was, for some, it would be some difficult to process everything that they've heard a while ago from the speaker. So let's have a short post-briefing, Asri. Let's interview some participants who are more than willing to share about their experience so far in attending this 2-day summit of the ASEAN Youth Forum. Shall we visit the tables?
We shall.
Okay. There are still food out there and coffee is ready for you to consume it. So we're gonna ask people, especially participants, this will be in the form of post-briefing. On that side, Asri, could you find someone to share something?
Someone who's willing?
Yes, of course. We don't force people. We want them to volunteer. So Asri, I think we're here on this table.
In the most crowded
2467.
table.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, so at this juncture, we'd like to at least hear from someone would like to share something about his or her experience so far. This is something about post-briefing, debriefing, just to process everything.
Do you guys have any comments, opinions that you've kept on your own throughout the session? Come on, you guys.
How was the 2-day experience on the summit?
Yeah, how was your experience? What's your name?
My name is Chacha.
Hi, Chacha. How was your experience?
I think this session, not just this session, but all sessions was very insightful, especially for me as a newbie in this part of like environment and education as well. So I think this event is very fun and super insightful.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome, newbie. I'm very proud of you for being in this space with us.
This is my first time
Ever? This is the first time ever that she's ever attended any type of event like this.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much for that insightful sharing.
What was your favorite town hall, in your honest opinion?
Yeah. What's your top tier town hall?
I attended to the climate justice session, and that was very opened my eyes about the small actions can have a big impact. So what we do is the environment will we will give the impact to the environment. So I'm start interest to be the part of who gives the good impact to the environment. So I think this event is very open my eyes about everything. Environment, education, very insightful.
Okay, may I ask where are you from?
I live in Bekasi actually, but I'm an international relations student in Institut Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Jakarta, and currently I'm doing internship at Climate Reality Project. Yes.
So you're Indonesian.
She's
Okay.
Indonesian. I'm so proud of you.
Okay, thank you so much for your sharing. Your name again? What's your name again?
Chacha.
Chacha. Okay, Chacha, thank you. So we hope that that would serve as a fuel for you to advance into your own advocacy work as well in the future. Now, thank you. Do we still have one here who'd like to share something about her experience so far?
Who is this Becca?
How did you feel attending the two-day summit? What makes it more meaningful to you? So which part of the two-day summit is you most memorable or you're most grateful for?
I'm hearing the name Becca. So hello, Becca. You're a fan favorite. Apparently, you have a biggest fan over there, Al. Tell me about your experience so far.
Hi everyone, my name is Becca. Unfortunately, I cannot joining the session for the whole 2 days, but it's been fun. Especially tomorrow, I got to witness the two discussion. I think it's refreshing to talk about this issue with someone that are coming from different country, because sometimes when we are only talking with our peers in the same country, we are only venting out our frustration. But when we are talking from our peers from different country, we can see a little bit of hope, a little bit of positive news. Not hope sometimes, but we can see that some countries are also working with us. So I don't feel that much alone anymore. So thank you everyone for sharing your experience.
Thank you, Becca.
Thank you, Becca. Okay, a little reminder, you guys. We still have a couple of things lined up after this. We have the solidarity. We have the recap
session.
of all the sessions we've done since yesterday. And then,
of course, another performance as the closing part of our ceremony.
yes, and also we'll be taking cute pictures up front together as a closing. So look out for that. Be pretty for that.
So the coffee is ready.
Yes, coffee,
For those
tea.
who want to take the coffee, go ahead. Go at the back and grab some coffee.
Yes.
But to feel like your heart is pumping and palpitating, stop drinking coffee.
A disclaimer.
Just like me.
From a coffee addict. Okay, so yeah, I will let you guys do your coffee break thingy for a little while, and then we'll be back with you up front. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. I think we're gonna start the session again now. Is anyone still outside? I hope not. Hi, everyone. How's everyone's energy right now? Okay, I hear clappings. Let's go. So now we're off to the last pretty serious talky bit. We have the presentation on what the Grand ASEAN Youth Town Hall's results and reflections and recommendations are. And for these sessions, I will call up front the moderators that has been moderating the town halls that has been going on since yesterday. So first, for the first town hall from yesterday, which is the grand opening of ASEAN Youth Town Hall with the topic Youth Welfare in General, specifically education and employment, we have Christian Clerigo or Chan. Woohoo! And then for the second town hall topic, physical and mental health, we have Ricardo. Woo! And then the third, for the climate justice town hall, we have Mia. Woo! And then for the fourth topic, sexual and reproductive health, we have Nabe. Yay! And then for the last one, for the topic of democracy, we have Joan Aurelia. Yay! Okay. Go you guys. Bye.
Of course, I'll be the first one because what happened yesterday is about employment and education. Okay, just to provide a brief reflection, summary and recommendation for the first ever Grand ASEAN Town Hall, which focused on welfare, education, and employment. We had 4 speakers, invited speakers. These are Summer from Myanmar, Dr. Asmin, Faculty of Law, and Dean of the Law in her own university here in Indonesia, an educator as well. We also had the third one is Risha Zwarini, who happens to be working with the national about women here in Indonesia. The last one, the speaker for education and employment was Abel, who happens also to work with AYF on its research aspects. So we started the first ever Grand ASEAN Town Hall with the panel discussion, which I moderated yesterday. So the whole discussion revolved around education and welfare, education and employment, and how do these two affect welfare, and how does welfare affect the two, the employment and the education. The question posted for Abel was more about the research findings and the challenges that the youth who participated in that research in collaboration with AYF experienced. And it was even interconnected with how Summer from Myanmar is working on the educational sector and the youth sector, primarily on the refugees and the migrant children in her own country in Myanmar. It was also noted that through Dr. Asmin, who happens to be an educator, a fellow educator, and an advocate of quality education, be it in basic education or in tertiary education. The last one is Ms. Theresia, who focused more her discussion on statistics and data, on the issues issues between men and women in Indonesia, which was also asked by one of our participants yesterday that where is the LGBT group in that specific portion? Are they included or are they missed out in the data? It was answered by our fellow speakers, by the speakers themselves, and they happened to give out some reasons on why there's a less representation perhaps, or limited data on the inclusion of the LGBT in that specific study. So those are the things that happened during the panel discussion. And after that, I allowed the participants, I gave you the floor to ask questions about the statements and the responses of our speakers. And it happened that 6 of you raised questions that focus on job markets, on the skills, on the expected skills, be it soft skills or hard skills, that the majority of the companies are expected to give you or expected to be seen in you after you graduate from the university. A question also coming from Norhisa was about refugee workers. Specifically, she made mention about her own advocacy work back in her home country in Singapore. It was also made mention about the technology-assisted works and job markets, which perhaps Dr. Asmin pointed out, the emergence of AI or artificial intelligence. And of course, these technologies are just, some additional to the human beings. It will not completely take over the works of the human beings or the human capital. So these are the things that happened to be discussed yesterday between the speakers and the participants during the open floor or the dialogue between them. So after that, we had a brief summary. As I gave this brief summary yesterday, I had this very short conclusion that in order for us to at least have the full welfare, experience the welfare, be it in the employment and in the education, I prepared this formula. Education plus welfare and employment plus welfare is always equal to equal access to opportunities. And it should not be education plus employment equals welfare. Because welfare is not being achieved when we have the education and when we have the employment, but it's always in between, and it's being partnered with education and employment. We cannot fully experience and achieve the expected outcomes of education and the expected outcomes of employment if we happen not to experience welfare ourselves. So that's one of my key takeaways and a very brief summary on how I reflected on the conversations that transpired between the speakers and, of course, the participants. And that's the short discussion, summary, and reflection of our very first ASEAN Ground Town Hall focused on welfare, education, and employment.
Yes. So for our second Grand Town Hall discussion, on the theme of access to physical and mental health. I was the moderator, and now I'll be reading to you guys about the summary and the recommendation that we drew from our discussion yesterday. On 25th of October at Southeast Asia Youth Summit 2023 at ASEAN Grand Town Hall on access to physical and mental health care, we had amazing 4 panelists. First, 50, a medical doctor and environmental activist, share her experiences working as a medical doctor in Pontianak. She experienced firsthand how climate change affects the health, particularly vulnerable community, such as children. She also highlighted the inequality in access to health infrastructure between urban cities and rural areas. For example, universal social safety protection, such as BPJS, needs improvement in its quality in responding to people living specifically in rural areas. And then we have Fatum Ade, a coordinator of the advocacy team at Indonesian Mental Health Association. She shared the issue about the stereotypes around mentally disabled people, such as using inappropriate terminology. For example, instead of saying schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, people oftentimes call it insane. So this stereotypical terminology has been happening since the Netherlands era, back in Netherlands occupation era. She then continued to share how inappropriate healthcare services such as infrastructure, medicine, consultation, and the laws to people specifically with mentally disabled or mental disabilities. And then we move on to the third speakers. We have Rani, a GECI specialist at Plan International in Indonesia, She talked about empowering young girls as well as boys, especially in the rural areas, to have agency over their health, both physical and mental. And then she also mentioned about the Plan International Indonesia work, such as WASH program, child-friendly schools, and I Do project. She continues stating that girls and young women in rural areas are difficult to access to healthcare. For example, simply to find menstruation pads. And then last but not least, we also had Bapak Cecep. So Pak Cecep is the head of the General Working Group and Cooperation of the Directorate General of Vocational Education in Indonesia. He shared with us the importance of the schools and parents' education involvement to contribute solving the mental health in the school environment. He later mentioned how it is important to speak about physical and mental health to one self-esteem. And then from that discussion, we draw some recommendation as follows. 1, building inclusive and affordable high-quality healthcare services and infrastructure, both for physical and mental, for all individuals regardless of who they are and where they live. It means that the healthcare services should be non-discriminatory. Second recommendation, the state should be distributing knowledge, medicine, and medical equipment evenly and equally. Third recommendation, there should be policies and initiatives coming from government and other relevant stakeholders to address the issue around the interconnection between the climate issue and mental health, and provide a holistic and contextualized approach for mitigation and adaptation, especially people living in the rural areas. Number 4, investing more in early childhood education and development about understanding themselves and coping with their physical and mental health. Number 7, strengthening our policy in schools to protect all students regardless of their identities and indifferences from any harassment and discrimination. And our last recommendation from our discussion yesterday is it is pivotal to use an intersectional lens to approach any conversation around physical and mental health, as the health subject itself is strongly intertwined with other subjects, such as politics, gender, climate, education, and history. And that is all the summary and the recommendation that we take from our discussion yesterday. I thank you.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phu or Mia from Vietnam, and I moderated the session Climate Justice yesterday. And now I'd like to share with you some of my summary and recommendation. Have you ever heard that it's too early in the morning, but my eyes still sore? And it's only early afternoon, but skies are already really dark. And I can't go to supermarket because it's so difficult to go out without eyes being hurt. Yes, I've heard the siren from NABA for this difficulty when the youth go out in the polluted air or at large. The surviving activities are limited and the health is harmed to the youth, the old, everyone. I have observed the children that streams get over the river to go to school because that is the unexpected river from the heavy flood in my hometown. And due to the seriousity of the reality that we have observed and researched from Ms. Rosie, Ms. Mai Chibing, Ms. Naba, the question we have discussed were widened and collected as huge. But I can highlight the focusing points of climate justice as below. First, climate justice is a vital aspect of addressing climate issues, and the connection of climate justice and the social justice, as well as human rights, is real, and it is undeniably getting very serious. Second, not only just knowing your behavior, but also understanding the effects of surrounding is important. The activity of the factories with the ESG report, the activities of oil extraction need to be highlighted to propose environmental more friendly solution. The action and response of government needs to be serious and solution oriented because they are the one that can help the effect of all solutions to be widespread. The challenges from stakeholders, from governments, big or small community, and from ourselves are huge. And the question we have is, can we give the space for the youth to be confident, to learn, to improve day by day, to be better, instead of being canceled at the beginning? Last but not least, the solutions are not limited, but from yourself first. Being connected to yourself physically and mentally, your friends, your community, connect to the government, to have the good sense of understanding and treasure what we are having, this environment, the right of us human, and even the things, the solution we are gonna do. Stay courageous, take advantage of social media, not go for it only, and then make your ambition to your big why in the mind and keep improving it, what you are doing. As a young activist, a part of the people who are worrying and ambitious to take action for the concept we are pursuing, climate justice, I would like to send my warmest message. Strive for the strong why, internal, and send it to the external. If you are observing the reduction of how many years left for an island to be submerged due to the sea level, then ask why. If you are reading a project from the youth, like to reduce the plastic by make it to be bricked, it takes a lot of time, a lot of experiment to do, then ask why. Why did they pursue that for so long and why did they put so much effort in it? And then if you are executing your film, your project about the environment, ask yourself why. Why did you do that? And then all the challenges ahead soon can be crushed by your courage. This message is my hope to send to all the people here, all the community, and the governments of all the countries. Solution-oriented idea is always helpful and better for us and for the human and for the climate. Any of the comment and judgment for yourself, for your friends, your residents are impactful, less or more, little or giant. Please help to send improvement they need, the knowledge they need to learn to get a target, not to swipe left the idea. That is the way that you are supporting, because climate justice is vital aspect of climate issues, and climate justice is social justice. Thank you.
So, hi, my name is Niap again. I was your moderator for the session Reproductive Justice. And the reproductive justice session was discussed by these three amazing women. And I was so glad to have the a session with the whole women in the session. So the first one is Claudia Emma from PAD Project Malaysia. The second was Kan Sabina from Sangha Swara, Indonesia. And the third one was Raden Roro Beni Kusumaningrum, Ministry of Health, Indonesia. The session discussed the importance of the sexual reproductive rights and the challenges in accessing the service in ASEAN community. For example, the transgender cannot access to their clinic for the hormones, or they cannot access to the comprehensive sex education. The youth cannot access to the sanitary pads and have to use something unsanitary like the banana leaves instead. And we are still lack of the other supported infrastructures. For example, public transportation, clean water, and clean toilets. These challenges are mainly caused by uneven development, privatization of the service, lack of understanding, and stigma towards the sexual and reproductive health in the conservative communities. And in order to promote the sexual and reproductive justice, we need to first, promote the access to crucial sexual and reproductive services, make sure that these services are affordable and accessible for all. For example, the PATS, the safe abortion, the transgender clinic. Second, provide comprehensive sex education and stigma-busting education for all. And also create a safe system which the adults can be the youth supporters. Third, expand crucial supporting infrastructure, especially in the rural area. Fourth, conduct more research and promote access to information and access to safe counseling. Last, collaborate between the state, the CSO, and other institutions, for example, the media and the school. And also collaborate between the CSO and the CSO, make the connection between one movement and another, embrace others' issues as your own, and pursue it to the justice community together. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Joanne. I'm the moderator of the last discussion, Democracy and Accountability to the People, which ended like an hour ago. So we had a session with panelists that comes from Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, and also Indonesia. And the young people in Cambodia and in Myanmar share their movement and their advocacy, and we see the similarity between what happened in ASEAN country. So there are still so many repression and very limited freedom of expression, but these couple of young people still always try to raise their voices. And the point that interesting comes from a Myanmar youth Hatta. She said in 2022, the protest, there are hard protests in Myanmar where civilians are detained. And after sharing the repression, Ben, the lecturer from Mahidol University, remind us about the essential thing in democracy, which is equality to basic human rights that we need to reclaim again nowadays. And after an explanation from Ben, we had an explanation from Putri Mahalima, Deputy Secretary General from AIPA. She said that now AIPA will focus on young people, and AIPA still need many insight from young people in order for them to know what things that needs to be done in the future. So, and about the recommendation. Okay, the recommendation is we still need to include youth in every dialogue about politics and democracy, and need to improvise the principle of equality based on human rights. And there still also need a discussion at the institutional level, and needs to build network and access for young people. And among these young people and across the region, still need to support each other, have empathy, and always try the best to voice our concerns. So that's all. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Hi guys, can you clap your hands for all our moderators for summarizing all our very cool sessions? Okay, so next up we have the photo session.
Photo opportunity for
Let's
everyone.
go. We're taking a picture from the stage. So if I may ask everyone who consents to take this picture together with us, let's go up front.
We invite. Let's have a short photo opportunity.
Yeah. Slay.
Oh, on the stage. Will it be not?
I'll be here.
Come on over, everyone.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Hey.
Those who give consent to AYF.
Ambek sopo, ambek aku. Let's go. I'm just kidding.
Kacit, kacit.
Yes, come.
Thank you so much, everybody. We now go back to your
Yes.
comforts.
Yes, go back to your seats. We're gonna have a session of. Okay, sit here with me then. This is. We'll have a little session of solidarity led by Chen and Mia. And Mia.
Chan Company.
Chen and Company.
Okay, take yours, Rastra.
Everyone who got, everyone who got the script, can you go to this area?
Anyone who's got a script for solidarity can move forward to the stage, please.
Come on.
Tolong dipercepat ya kakak yang pegang skrip. If you get the script and if you want to be part of the solidarity, you could also go forward. Di sini atau di?
Step forward.
Sekitaran itu. Yeah. You also.
I need you to hold this mic for the sessions.
Citra, solidarity. For everyone who hasn't got the script but would like to be part of the solidarity, please also go forward. Maju lah. Ya ini. Please give the mic to Chan, to Hatta, Pio. Yeah. To Pio. And then Ricardo.
Hello.
And then Naba. Emma. One mic for Emma.
Rastra, I guess some people would be standing here and the other one would be on that stage.
People with the mic, can you move forward? And then for the people with no mic, can go up on the stage.
And Mia. Okay, Mia. Okay, so your mic will be this. Ini nih mic-nya dia satu lagi. Okay. Yes. Silakan. Ini. Nanti bisa sharing sama orang sebelahnya, kan bisa barengan. Teman-teman tolong share ya. Everyone in the chair, we will have a solidarity for our friend, Get, a human rights activist who is currently in prison. And we will have a solidarity for people of Myanmar. And we will have the solidarity for Palestine. So if you can, please just pay attention for 5 minutes. Join solidarity. Do not open your laptop. Do not type anything. Do not do anything. Just stand with solidarity with us for the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes. It will be great. And if you still would like to join the solidarity there, please do so.
GET is only one of the many youth activists who are now in prison in Thailand just for speak out against the power and the authority and the monarchy. One of many others.
That is very true. The solidarity for GET represent our solidarity to all the young pro-democracy and human rights defender, not only in Thailand, but also all Southeast Asia. So, siap ya semua? Oh, okay. Do you want to be here so that you can see you? Ternyata nggak terlihat. Oh, okay. Soalnya nggak kelihatan.
Testing. Together? No, you will.
Solidarity for GET. We express our solidarity for all young pro-democracy and human rights activists in Southeast Asia. Particularly, we express our anger towards the imprisonment and arrest of numerous young pro-democracy and human rights activists in Southeast Asia who voice out human rights issues and exercise their right to freedom of expression. Our friend Get, or Sopon Soraridihit Hamrong, was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months of imprisonment for exercising his freedom of expression. He was charged with royal defamation and was sentenced under the Article 112.
We condemn the ill treatment that Gat is experiencing in the prison. Gat has fallen ill and he does not get decent care from medical personnel in the prison. This is
solidarity for people of Myanmar. We stand today unwavering in our solidarity with the brave people of Myanmar who defy the oppressive grip of the military junta. We must recognize that the Myanmar military's relentless almost 1,000-day-long campaign to seize control of the nation has remained unsuccessful. The people of Myanmar are emerging as champions against a culture of impunity. They are the architects of their community's defense, marching in the streets and demanding genuine political transformation. Their struggle serves as a powerful inspiration for all of Southeast Asia. Every day, the people of Myanmar endure the unrelenting terror campaign of the Myanmar military, a campaign marked by nationwide digital surveillance, internet shutdowns, gender-based violence, forced disappearances, aerial bombings, artillery shelling, massacres, beheadings, extrajudicial arrests, detention center torture, and prison executions.
As of October 24, 2023, 4,155 pro-democracy activists and innocent civilians have been murdered for their unwavering stance against the attempted coup in Myanmar. We say it loud and clear.
We are furious. We are outraged.
Again today, we designate the Myanmar military as terrorist organizations that threaten the security and stability of the regions because it is committing genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. We'd like to pay heartfelt tributes to the countless martyrs spanning generations who have made the ultimate sacrifices in these ongoing battles for freedom and justice. We urge everyone to raise their three-finger salute. The revolution must prevail. The revolution must prevail. The revolution must prevail.
Solidarity for Palestine.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
We condemn the acts of war committed by Israel against the civilian population in Gaza. Our hearts go out to the Palestinian people, and we call for an immediate cessation of hostility and an end to the blockage that has caused so much suffering. We want an immediate end to the violence and the safe delivery of vital humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. Israel bears responsibility for the ongoing violence. These recent attacks are the stark reminder of the enduring occupation, which has persisted for an extended period, long before the emergence of Hamas. Israeli settler colonialism and the apartheid represent a Zionist system rooted in the ethnic cleansing, land confiscation, illegal annexation, and the denial of the fundamental rights and the sovereignty of the Palestinian people.
We strongly condemn all forms of settler colonial violence. The violence must end.
The term decolonize is often used broadly, but it is crucial to recognize its most obvious application in the context of ongoing colonialism. Decolonization is not a mere metaphor. It is about supporting the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, enabling them to live freely and with dignity. We denounce the violence inflicted upon those living under the condition of occupation in what can be described as an open-air prison. We also condemn the erasure of trans and queer Palestinians who are integral to their communities. It is essential to reject the dehumanization of all Palestinians, often perpetuated by powerful politicians and the media through various forms of degrading imagery. This is our unwavering support for the Palestinian people whose enduring suffering and steadfast resistance against racism and settler colonialism inspire us. We stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and commit to employing political, economic, and cultural means to work toward decolonization and the liberation of Palestine. We demand a resolute stance against colonial reprisals.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Okay, so now for our closing, final closing. Give it up to Oscar Lang! Woo! Okay, so apparently we're coming up forward over here. Let's go. Let's have a little fun and, join us too over here. We're gonna sing along with Oscar Lola. Come on, you guys. We're enjoying this. We're enjoying this.
Check.
Let's go.